All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's City Council special meeting for Monday, January 23rd. I call this meeting to order. If you're able to do so, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. City Clerk, if you could please take roll call.
Member Anderson?
Present.
Member Anderson?
Present.
Member Newnenkamp?
Present.
Member Russell?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Present.
Member Wink?
Present.
Member Woodward? Mayor Sierra?
Present.
All members present.
Thank you. And before we get to the agenda item 4, just wanted to state a quick note. Obviously, the closing of the library with the methamphetamine contamination that was discovered last week. I want to just state a note, and obviously apologies for the inconvenience of this all. The City of Inglewood conducted additional proactive testing for methamphetamine contamination inside the Civic Center. The results are which indicate the lobby at the south entrance in the garage is above the state's threshold for contamination. Out of an abundance of caution, the entrance will be closed at this time as we await further direction from Arapahoe County Public Health. To access the Civic Center from the south, please park on the upper level of the garage and enter from the second floor. If you park on the ground level of the garage, the upper deck can be accessed via stairs located to the right when facing the lobby. To access the bathroom facilities during council meetings, please exit the building on the second floor to the upper parking deck, then take the stairs in the garage on your left-hand side to the lower level. A restroom trailer with men and women's facilities as well as 288 facilities are available on the ground level. So just wanted to make that comment at the beginning, and again, apologies for the inconvenience. And we'll now move on to agenda item 4A. I think this is something that we'll have to vote on, but members of council, we're looking to postpone the city charter review project until March 27th, obviously with a pretty packed agenda tonight, as well as what I believe is going to be a very lengthy discussion on the STR conversation later on tonight. I just felt it was best to move that portion until March 27th. So not sure if there's any need for discussion, but if anybody has anything to add. If not, can I get a motion to postpone the city charter review until March 27th?
So moved.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Any further comment? Can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Newnenkamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
The record shows 7 ayes.
Thank you, everyone. Moving on to agenda item 5A, off-leash dog update from Director Parks, Rec, Library, and Golf, Christina Underhill, Code Enforcement Manager Dave Lewis, Open Space Manager Adrian Torres, and Open Space Activities Supervisor Lindsay Peterson here to provide that update. Good evening, Director.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Again, I'm Christina Underhill, Director of Parks, Recreation, Library, and Golf, and with me I have Adrian Torres, our Open Space Manager, and Code Enforcement Manager Dave Lewis to give an update on how the off-leash program went for 2022. And then we're going to also talk about the pet registration program, and Code Enforcement Manager Lewis will go into that further towards the end of the presentation. So we'll kick it off with our code enforcement cases for 2022.
Good evening, Council. I just wanted to provide an update regarding some statistics related to overall park enforcement. You'll notice that we've highlighted the 4 green off-leash privileged areas. And we decided that in this slide that we would go ahead and highlight all of the parks so that you understand that we are enforcing code and park rules equitably throughout our park portfolio. As you'll see spikes in different numbers in different areas. We utilize data to drive and citizen complaints to drive our response to different parks. Specifically, our calls for service or any type of action code enforcement would take or the park ranger related to a significant number of park rules or code violations. We're not just looking at animal-related instances. These do capture a variety of different rules within our park systems. And it's been a very successful program regarding the off-leash privileged areas. We're noticing more voluntary compliance. I believe that the education has worked very well within our park systems, as well as our ambassadors. There's ambassadors that work with Inglewood Unleashed who take it upon themselves to educate new people or faces or dogs. I think most people recognize the dogs than they do over the faces of the individuals owning the dogs. And they do take great pride in educating everyone because they do recognize that this is a privilege. We're also running into far less conflict at our during our interactions or education or enforcement components when we are interacting with the public, which I think speaks volumes as to the process that we put in place from the beginning of this in January up until now. And that highlights all of the statistics.
And next we'll talk about some really great data we're gathering now through a new program called Placer, and I'll have Adrian Torres discuss that.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for having us back. Like Christina said, we're excited to share some new software with you guys tonight. This is called Placer. Placer uses cell phone IP addresses to collect the data.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Torres. Could you pull the microphone closer just for the purposes of the recording?
The data is anonymous. We don't know personal information like exact addresses, names, or phone numbers. This data is from Canine Corral from the last 4 years. As you can see, the majority of our visitors are non-residents, coming primarily from Littleton or Denver. Visitors typically stay 30 to 45 minutes when they visit Canine Corral. We've collected the data from all of our other off-leash parks, but it's hard to determine who's there for off-leash privileges versus just park users. So we're excited to use this as another tool in our toolbox as we assess the funding and park needs. These are our updated signs. These are the off-leash parks hours. We came to council. Council suggested changing the February 28th/29th to the last day of February. So we made that changes, and these are up at Jason, Duncan, and Northwest. We added these permanent signs to the fences at Jason and Duncan. We reached out to Inglewood Unleashed, Inglewood Code Enforcement, and park users. And there was some back and forth, but in the end, we all agreed on the verbiage for these signs. Our total investment for the signs was around $500. This is the overview of the new fencing and gates added to Jason Park. We initially installed temporary fencing at Jason. After it was vandalized numerous times, council approved changing it to permanent chain link fence in July of 22. As you can see, we have gate access from the playground, 2 3-foot gates, so users can complete the loop when they're walking, and 2 10-foot wide gates for maintenance. The 2 10-foot wide gates are open when the field is not reserved. So these are pictures of our new fencing. On the left is Duncan, on the right is Jason. Duncan is open on both the east and west. A sign was added on the fence showing the north side was available for off-leash and the south side was for on-leash only. This is an example of our 10-foot gate at Jason. The plan for Jason and Duncan is to post when the field is closed for rentals on the sandwich boards and communicate with Inglewood Unleashed so they can share as well. Our total investment for both fences is approximately $20,000. It's back to Dave.
So one of the aspects that the Park and Recreation Commission as well as the community asked is that we, and this body, that we move forward in having conversations regarding pet registration. And pet registration is valuable to Inglewood, mostly, as you've heard in recent months, that and many of you are pet owners, there's nothing more traumatic than when you are separated from your pet. When your pet goes missing for long periods of time, or you don't know where they are. And so one of the primary reasons that we want pet registration, or the community wants pet registration, is in order to more quickly reunify our lost pets with their owners. One thing that code enforcement can do is when we do know who a pet belongs to, whether it's with their microchip or that they're wearing a collar, we do make every attempt possible to try and reunite that pet and their owner before we do go to the shelter. And so this is one way, having registered pets is one way to facilitate a kind of a pet taxi back to their home, or letting the owners know that their animal is available without an extra fee at the shelter if they come within the next couple hours. It verifiably double checks the health and safety of our community. One thing that the community has asked and in reviewing different summonses is making sure that our pet population is spay and neutered. It is not a requirement, but it does lead to a longer lasting pet life, less aggressive animals, and that they have proper vaccinations. We do frequently hear from people or encounter people that do not have up-to-date vaccinations, and this is one way that we can prevent community disease, especially within our off-leash park privileged areas. It's one way to verify that. With pet registration, it allows for increased pet owner engagement. So it allows the city to, and this is an opt-out program, it allows the city and a third-party pet registration company to target our pet owner communities with valuable information. It also allows them to send out alerts if your animal is missing to neighboring homes in the hopes of reunifying those families, as well as giving us the heads up in code enforcement and the shelter if one of their loved ones goes missing. It is a self-funded program, so it would not require any additional staff hours or staff time. And it's very desirable for the community, and some statistics will show that later, that the community has been asking for this. Park users have been asking for this, as well as recommendations from the Off-Leash Subcommittee and the Park and Recreation Committee. A component of pet registration in a third-party company is social responsibility. It really does provide additional nonprofit support to whoever we choose here as a body, or you choose as a body, or code enforcement, or the Park and Recreation Committee. And those extra dollars from the sale of different tags or different animal swags, such as vests or collars, would go right back into this community with low-cost vaccination and low-cost and or free spay and neuter clinics. We don't have a lot of resources currently outside of the shelter and maybe at a few neighboring businesses, but this would increase the opportunity for those that are on fixed income, or those that really do need to just, they have a healthy pet at home and they don't need to go to the vet, and they can go and receive free or no cost vaccinations sponsored by the city.
So this is from the POCO survey that we did in 2020, showing the dog licensing. It was asked for the respondents that filled out the survey what they wanted to see, if they'd be in support or not. And ultimately, the majority did support a dog licensing program. What we're offering tonight is a pet registration program. It's not quite as intense as a licensing program, but does pretty much the same thing. So that was one of the questions that they were asked. They were asked if they'd be willing to pay an additional fee for this, and the majority agreed that they would pay an additional fee to have a pet licensing or pet registration program.
And so code enforcement and staff had met with a number of third-party representatives, and we had identified one that is exceptional in a variety of areas, and that would be DocuPet. DocuPet has statistically proven that they have increased pet registration within the communities that they serve. They do get pets back to their homes in a far quicker manner than if it was just left to an animal welfare officer trying to reunify them back in the home. The program is very easy to register. It can be utilized when you adopt a new friend. It can be utilized by code enforcement out in the field. We can work directly with community members. There are postcards. There are also ways for owners to register with paper documents and mail them in, and that's all facilitated and entered by DocuPet. It is not done by any staff member. And it really does, and this is something that's lacking here, I think, in our community, is really having that pet owner engagement. We do rely on a lot of social media as well as a few community-based groups, but I think this is the target area where we can really engage pet owners. If you look at statistics, over 70% of nationwide people own pets. And so this is just another way to engage them, to keep our community safe and healthy, but to really engage them when they think of pets as another family member, with interesting topics and articles that relate directly to them, to the community, and to the specific pet or breeds. It also allows them to engage and connect with other pet owners and some of the concerns that they may be encountering and working through. These are a few of the highlighted areas as to why pet owners really do like working with DocuPet, and then what the other partners are saying. And one of the biggest components with DocuPet versus the other organizations is that unique customer service experience. There is support. You can call them. You're not going to get into a long queue like you might with the airlines or with other varieties of different customer service experiences that are really frustrating people. There is email, there are online chat opportunities, but you're also able to communicate them with regular mail and documentation. And it allows us to, as staff and anybody that's within the support community, to engage with them in an easy online application through our phone, through the computer, through Shelter, or even calling them in the field if the app isn't working. Currently, these are the cities that are being utilized with this new cloud-based data. Colorado, currently Boulder, Teller County, and Castle Rock are utilizing these. This is a newer, not a newer company, but newer to Colorado. And I'm hearing very positive things from my colleagues in all three of those markets. They've used other third-party companies in the past, and they speak very highly, especially of the customer service component and that pet engagement component that DocuPet offers. And again, this is just highlighting the multiple different ways as well that pet owners can register their animals. But it highlights the amount that it would cost. It is a one-time startup fee that we could utilize within this current fiscal year. It would be within our budgeted system to allow for this. It outlines the donations that would be made as part of that socially conscious process, as well as the initial first year goal that we would meet here within the city of Inglewood.
So with that, tonight this is for information and then direction regarding the overall off-leash program and pet registration, and the feedback we're looking from Mayor and Council is specifically towards the pet registration, if this is something you'd like to move forward with. Also, the per tag fee, the registration fee, is something as a city we can decide if we want to make it $10, $20, what you'd like to charge. And you saw on there that it does come back to our community. A percentage of the sales overall will come back for the benefit of our community. So I'll open up to questions.
Thank you very much, everyone, for the presentation. Any questions from council? Member Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. What's the difference between licensing and registration?
If you would look at the traditional licensing aspect within a city, most of them are very staff and time-consuming, labor and intensive. As far as registration is, it really allows more for an engagement with the community over just a general license. A license is just a tag that you're going to put on your dog, and that's the end of the communication. This really is more robust and goes to a more holistic community approach, rather than just okay, we're going to collect your money and that's it. It's going back into the city, but it's not having that overall engagement usage.
And is a license sounds like a thing that's required. Registration, is this is your suggestion to make this required of all dog owners, or is this an optional registration?
We would be asking that this council give direction regarding the requirement of
Okay.
having all pets registered in the city of Inglewood. And just to remind this council that currently rabies vaccination is a requirement of the city of Inglewood as well as the state of Colorado. However, there's no way to verify that currently here in the city of Inglewood.
Very good, thank you.
Member Nunekamp.
Thank you for the presentation. Can you speak a little bit more, feels kind of like two different topics. Do they speak to each other? You know, would a registration program inform or affect our off-leash dog program? Or do you see them as two completely separate issues?
I see it as a single issue with the registration, utilizing our parks. I think there's a lot of positive, like code enforcement manager was saying about the community. If your pet is lost, it goes out to your neighbors that maybe are also registered. So I see a lot of benefits for our community overall and for our park system too. The enforcement, our park ranger, our code enforcement can walk into a park and see that tag on an animal and be able to identify they're part of our program.
Are you alluding to the fact that, like, if someone were to, you know, break our park rules, and we would be able to know, you know, because if the animal is registered and the owner, we would, you know, then maybe you can, you know, 10 strikes you're out or something. Is, like, I'm trying to understand how does this help with enforcement of our current rules?
So this was originally, if you go back a few years and in your packet, that this was actually brought up by the Off-Leash Commission and the Parks and Rec, that they really wanted also to offset some of the cost recovery expenses related to park usage. And as you saw with Canine Corral, a majority of the users are not City of Inglewood residents. And so the burden is really falling to us, the city, versus those that are utilizing the park. So both of those organizations recommended that there be some type of pet registration to utilize our off-leash privileged areas.
So then it would look like your team, you know, being in those areas, checking to make sure that people were registered, especially from outside of the city. That's how you would see it actualized?
Yes, we would do an educational component at first with postcards and signage and working through the initial ramp up of that.
Okay, thank you.
Member Woodward.
Thank you. Registration, would it include pictures of the animal?
That is an option that you would have as part of the registration process, so that we would be able to pull up or utilize a picture to match that pet with the owner. It's also a safety feature. We do have animals that go missing or do get stolen or get claimed by people that don't own that animal. And so that would also be an additional benefit, is we're able to match up the pet with the owner.
I think that'd be real beneficial. The tags, do you know, and this is from a citizen that asked me this, are the tags metal or plastic?
That's a great question. With DocuPet, this particular program it's personal. So you can customize it however you would like. You can have metal tags. There is a standard Inglewood logo one that can be issued, but it also gives you the opportunity to upgrade the tag or work on a tag. Let's say you have a sports fan of a particular organization. You can have it customized to be that logo. It could be customized to have a family picture. It could be customized to whatever it's going to look like, metal. It could be embedded in the collar so it's not dangling around, or it can just be simply on your phone that you can produce and show that this is my pet, it's registered.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, that question came because evidently her dog tends to chew on the tag and make it disappear. So if you could have it on your phone, picture of it, that's great. And another thing that we had talked about at Parks and Rec Commission was, in some cases, the animal gets back to the owner much, much quicker, and obviously much, much cheaper than if it had to go to South Platte or somewhere else.
And that's a great point. So if the city of Inglewood gets involved with the recovery of a pet, if we know who that pet belongs to, rather than charging the fine, the $250 fee that would be associated with the impoundment of the animal, rather than impounding that animal to the shelter and charging that fee, it would be waived because we're able to reunify that pet with the owner in the field.
Thank you.
Member Russell. Then Member Wink.
Thank you. So it seems to me like there's a couple of situations here. We're going to be requiring all pet owners to register. And I mean, it was shared that the people that don't even live in Inglewood wanted this so that they could pay more so they could participate in our parks. What about pet owners who keep their pets at home in their own yard and don't use the park system for their pets?
Even those pets, I would look at this. A majority of the pets that we encounter are those that do not go into the park system. They may not leave the yard, and unfortunately, they do get out. It could be a cat, it could be a dog, and I would hate to think that that opportunity for low-cost insurance, I would look at it as an insurance benefit to make sure that we're able to reunify that pet. It's one way that anybody throughout the entire nation and in Colorado as well, pets do wander. There are quite a few pets that never get reunified with their owners, and this is just one other way for a small fee to make sure that we're able to get those pets back to those people.
So I know that you've said in the past that when animals get taken to the shelter, that most of them don't even have collars on. So how is this going to fix that problem?
They're also cross-associated with a microchip if they are microchipped, and so that way we're able to more easily update that information. A lot of people have a hard time updating their microchip alone. It is a very complex system if you've ever tried to register your microchip. If it's registered here within this system, it's much easier to update there, and then they also take that upon and update the microchip systems.
And so how much do we expect that the city is going to get from each of these registrations?
That would be very nominal, and it would be up to this council to determine that fee structure.
So what was the $211 that was up there just on the, right there, estimated monthly fee?
Yes, that's the estimated monthly fee we would pay to DocuPet based on the 10% compliance that we would receive in the first year.
The city would pay DocuPet.
Actually, it's self-funded, so it would come out of the registration.
Okay, thank you.
Member Wink.
Thanks, Mayor. I was certainly one who asked for, if not the one who instigated the research into this registration program, so I'm wholly in support of it. As presented this evening, I believe that the research you conducted and the decisions behind your presentation are spot on and follow best practice and will be well implemented in our community. And thank you also for the data points in the middle to support what you're presenting. One item in the way of a suggestion, City Manager Lewis and everyone else, and coming from on the heels of our annual retreat, is around the communication plan of something like this. So we'll obviously go through our standard channels of notifying residents. I wonder about this and probably many other perks or amenities in our community, if not done already. If we could consider some sort of new resident package, like the little old towns used to do, and it can take different shape and form and maybe be online, but if it's, I just want a new resident to understand that immediately this is, do we have anything like that, City Manager? We do.
Thank you for the question, Member Wink. We actually do. And so if you go to the Neighborhood Resources page, you can reserve one of those, and you can pick them up, residents can, in the hub on the 3rd floor. And I've actually given 2 new neighbors in my neighborhood those packets. But this is certainly something, if council moves in this direction, that we would want to include in that packet as a way of doing that. What we don't have is a organized, a process for searching MLS to know what house just sold.
No.
I mean, we could be much more formalized in it. Right now, it's just if you know a neighbor, and we're giving, I think, a few of those a week out.
Very good. Okay, that's helpful. I guess the long and the short of it for this is I'm in support of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I got a few questions. So I guess I'll start here. So on that second line down at the bottom where it says estimate 10% compliance in first year, it says $1.50 per license. Is that just like a base rate that they charge, or are we stating here? Because it says monthly fee. Are we saying 150 times 12? So we estimated that this monthly fee is based off a $30 registration fee.
That's the cost that we would be charged for the administration component.
So regardless of whether we do a $10, $20, $30, we have to pay whatever the name of this service is, 150 per.
Right,
month.
that would look at it like a commission. They take that out, but that covers the cost. So the $5,000 initial startup fee is the
Right.
whole marketing packet, the specific branded information to Inglewood, assisting the communications department with pushing that information out. And then that is the portion that would be funding. So when somebody was to receive a new license, it's the management component, the software, everything on the back end that the city is not managing.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. So you're asking us whether or not we want to make this a mandatory registration or leave it to the pet owner to decide whether or not they want to register with the city. Are we targeting non-Inglewood residents as well as part of this? I'm trying to understand for all the people that are non-Inglewood residents that use our parks, are we looking to also ask them to register?
Yes. So what we would be doing is asking that this be a registration similar to most of the Front Range municipalities that currently have pet registration, or as one council member pointed out, the licensing without all the extra components. We are seeking direction as to whether or not the city council wants to move forward with requiring the pet registration, and we would require, in order for people to utilize our park facilities, that they also receive an out-of-city license to utilize our facilities.
Okay, one other question before I pass it to Mayor Pro Tem. How many cities actually have a pet registration process today?
I know Arapahoe County actually requires it as a whole. There's Denver, Boulder, Littleton, Castle Rock are the main Front Range ones that I'm aware of. Aurora, Broomfield, Longmont, they all have some type of pet registration, and it really goes back to pet licensing to make sure their pets are vaccinated. We're really wanting to go above and beyond just the licensing. I think that's what our citizens have asked for.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Mayor Pro Tem.
Just trying to get an understanding of the financials here. If I've heard correctly, this program would be anticipated to be a financial loss for us in the first year because the revenue that we would get from licensing would be exceeded by the startup costs and ongoing costs, correct?
So this is just the standard licensing. If you were to upgrade to any of the other stuff, there would not be a loss. On average, it's more than 10% compliance in the first year. This is just to give an example of what 10% would look like.
Right. So if we were to assess a fee like $10 or $20 or whatever and still get that 10% compliance, then we could cover our costs.
Yes, but I would be I would probably make recommendations that would be higher and in conjunction with the Front Range, with lower rates for city residents and then higher rates for those that are coming from out of city to use our facilities.
Okay, so that's the part that I'm not capturing here is what that revenue stream looks like.
And we're not able to capture that because we haven't set those or asked council to make those recommendations to council.
Okay, so can we go back to the calls for service? I just want to make sure I have a firm understanding of what exactly is occurring here. I have a couple of questions related to this chart. The first question is when a resident calls dispatch at a time when we don't have code enforcement or a park ranger available, does that get included in this sheet or is this only contacts?
This is only code enforcement calls for service. If we did follow up or anything else, if it goes to dispatch and a police officer goes, that's a completely different statistic that I would need to incorporate in that.
Okay. And then my second question is when I look at the summons to contacts ratio, I think it's fair to assume that not every contact would be something that would normally result in a summons, but we have fewer than 10% of our contacts that are resulting in a summons. Is there some reasonable basis for that where it risks giving the appearance that we're just allowing people to behave however they want and telling them not to do it anymore?
So our park ranger is really good at recognizing animals and animal owners. And so we really do want to give everyone the benefit of the doubt. I think this council has provided direction regarding more education. Those people who are repeat offenders are receiving summons. That's how we prioritize that. Or those who show obvious disregard. For example, we're going to contact them and they decide to run away with their pet. We are going to contact them and issue them a summons.
Okay. And then the last question related to the summonses, do we have any statistics on the outcome of these summonses? What happens when they go to court and what the disposition of each of those cases might be, or the cases as a whole?
I do not have that information. That is held by the court. And so
Okay.
that request would need to come from the courts or to the courts.
Attorney Niles, do you know, is that information that would potentially be available to us?
Yes, I'm sure we can get that information to you.
Okay, that seems like a heavy lift for 105 summonses, so I'm not sure if everybody's on board with that, but I would be interested in seeing what the outcome of those cases looks like. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Any other questions for members of council? Member Noonkamp.
Just so we can suss out what this would look like, if we were to make it a mandatory program, do you have ideas or examples from other municipalities about what a penalty would look like? I'm thinking about, someone either in the city as a resident or someone who's visiting, coming to a park, all of a sudden being told that you don't have this registration, and what does that look like?
Again, we have found that it is far easier to work with the community when we're not being heavy-handed with our enforcement. I don't think that serves the long-term or best interest of our community. And in fact, our community has asked and has come here specifically to make sure that we don't do that. So we definitely would take the approach of education. We are doing more formalized warnings, so some of those people are being put into our system with their names, so we're able to cross-reference and look them back up. But I want to make sure that we also have a positive experience. And so one of the things and tools that we will have when we do contact the public, especially if they live in Littleton and they're at one of our off-leash privileged areas, we're able to contact them and say, hey, these are our rules, the sign's here, here's a postcard just to remind you, and if you get registered here within the next 48 hours, there's a 10% discount or some type of a discount associated with that.
Any other questions from council? If not, does anybody want to kick us off with direction regarding the licensing? Not all at once, everyone. Member Anderson and then Member Woodward.
Excuse me. I like this program as especially the ability to manage the parks a little better. I think it makes sense if there are citizens utilizing a service that the city is providing, that they pay a fee, pay some kind of fee for that. We know that the off-leash program is expensive, so I would not like to see this, excuse me, mandatory. I think people should be able to own pets without doing that. I do think it makes sense. Even, I would certainly consider it if it was an optional program for registering my dog, but I would prefer to just leave that up to the citizen unless they want to utilize the parks, and then I think it makes sense that they would pay a fee. And outside residents, I think, also should pay a substantially higher fee if they want to register their pet and use the parks.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Woodward.
Thank you. I'm in real support of going forward with this as a mandatory program. Looking at being somebody that's observing next door, you always see the dogs or cats or whatever that got out of their backyards through some broken board or underneath or somehow. So those are the people that I think Councilmember Anderson may have been speaking of, that keeping them at home and not utilizing the parks. But I think code enforcement's still picking up those animals at large. I also want to mention that the the Parks and Recreation Commission, when we got the presentation, was very excited and unanimously supported this. It's something that I go back to the 2004 task force, the very first task force on off-leash animals, and numerous ones after that where we had talked to registration, and it just wasn't possible because of the cost associated with it to the city and to the labor. That it was labor intensive, and we would have to hire people to do the registration. With this program, we don't have that, and it's very nominal fee. It just is, it makes all kinds of sense to me. So I am in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Member Russell.
Thank you. I am in agreement with some of the things that Councilmember Anderson shared. If people want to use the parks, I don't have an issue with that. And especially out of city does need to pay substantially more for that. As a responsible pet owner, I know that dogs that stay at home do wander off. And our dog did wander off one time. The gate got left open. Code enforcement never saw him. He was tagged. The person that found him, he had wandered over to the Joshua School, and one of the teachers over there took him home, looked at the tag, called our vet. The vet called me in less than a half an hour. We had our dog back. And if pet owners aren't responsible and don't, I mean, the law requires rabies shots. We got our rabies shots for our dog consistently. And he was chipped also. So I don't think it was that big a deal to have him chipped. I think if people want to do that for their pets, that's fine. But I think at a time when we have rampant inflation and the economy still could be falling apart, I do not want to put any more expenses on citizens in this city. And so I would not support mandatory at all citywide. For people that want to use the parks, I think that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. I'll chime in. I'm in support as well, also with not to make it mandatory at this point. I don't have enough information to say what that monthly or what that yearly fee should be. I was leaning towards 20, but I don't know how that compares with other cities, and I also don't know if that gets us to where, I guess potentially in terms of how providing maintenance for our parks and that type of thing. I do see the benefit of it in terms of just lost pets, whether they use our parks or not. So I do see the reasoning for having this type of pet registration within the city. What was I going to mention? I guess this is a question for you, and I should have probably asked this earlier. I'm assuming this is for dogs and cats. Are there other pets that normally get registered as well in other cities? I'm assuming those are the two biggest, or go ahead.
So those are the two primary, and again, it goes back as well to the health and safety, and I did not mention this. We do have a rather large rabies outbreak in the state of Colorado, and so this is another way to verify that people are being responsible and getting their vaccinations. We have had 2 cases of confirmed rabies here in Inglewood, and for a pet owner to not have their animal proactively vaccinated, unfortunately that animal, there's some consequences for not being vaccinated if you have an encounter with wildlife, and it is not good for the pet owner or for the pet because that animal will need to be euthanized.
Right. Okay. And lastly, if we do move forward with this, if we have enough support, I think we already do with at least non-mandatory. I do want to see that the funds go directly towards maintenance of the parks. So just earmarking that revenue towards that. So, Member Noonan-Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor. I can weigh in. I agree that I think that this offers benefits to pet owners in the community, especially if, getting their pets back safe if they wander. And I think that if citizens are asking for this is a service that, we can provide, it seems like at a reasonable amount. I'm not in favor of making it mandatory. I actually would not make it mandatory for any resident, even including park users. I just think that parks are a fundamental public good. We're already paying for parks through tax dollars. I have a hard time asking a certain portion of residents who happen to own pets that they have to pay an extra fee to use the park with that pet. I think we've struck the balance with the policy we have right now, balancing the off-leash areas with the other areas in our park system. And so I'd like to make it fully optional if it were up to me. And I did just want to note that unincorporated Arapahoe County actually removed their requirement to have your pet licensed in 2020, but they do still require proof of rabies vaccination, and I think that's a great thing to call out. And dog owners and pet owners should be able to show proof of that vaccination to a park ranger and ensure that we're keeping people safe in our parks. As far as what the rate would be, Denver has an interesting system. I think like the first year is 15. If you do 3 years at a time, it's 40, or you could do 150 for the lifetime of the animal. So something like that I think would be interesting.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I would support a registration mandate for off-leash use. And making registration optional for people who either maintain their dog on a leash at all times or don't take their dogs to the park at all. And along with that, I would support a higher rate for outside area residents who do not pay into Inglewood's park program or the taxes that support our parks.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone else? I guess I'm not sure if you have clarity. It does sound at the very least that we do want to move forward with this, not make it mandatory. Do you need other direction in terms of annual fee, or as Mayor Pro Tem just stated, making it mandatory at least for off-leash users? I guess we probably should just provide clarity there. Anybody want to weigh in on Mayor Pro Tem's comments? Go ahead, Member Anderson. I saw that you put on the light before I actually finished my sentence, but go ahead and just state.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem's comments regarding utilizing the off-leash program. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say, is that I think that's where, and this is where I think I hear where Member Nunecamp is coming from, but we're going above and beyond any other city in terms of what we're providing in terms of off-leash program, and it has detrimental effect on our parks. So especially, Jason, I know it gets a lot of traffic and we have to shut that down and reseed it and all of that every year. So I think it makes sense, since we're providing a service that's above and beyond what a city typically does, that it makes sense for off-leash users of those parks to have a requirement to register their pets. So I'm in agreement with Mayor Pro Tem on that. Just in terms of the fees, I like the nominal fee idea for city residents. If that's $10 or $20 a month, I don't really, you guys can bring back a recommendation as far as I'm concerned, as long as it's a reasonable thing. And then in terms of the outside of Inglewood residents who want to utilize our off-leash parks, I'm thinking more in the like tenfold of whatever that number is kind of range, $150 or $250 or something along those lines, something very significant to provide a little deterrent for people who don't, to keep our numbers reasonable so people can use our parks as well. And for people who really want to use it, I think it's a good service that we provide, and they should pay for it since they're not paying Inglewood taxes.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Anyone else want to weigh in? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I think I'd set the differential somewhere closer to double, or in alignment with what we charge for recreational facility access for non-residents. That seems more reasonable. I get the spirit of what Councilmember Anderson is getting at, but I think that's basically us hanging out a sign that says Inglewood residents only off leash, and or ultra wealthy residents from other municipalities also welcome. And I can't support that, but yeah, I think a differential is good, and I think it fits well with the concept of good governance.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Woodward?
I do support a higher number for non-residents. However, I don't want to be punitive with the fee there. I think it's a nominal fee, something that covers our costs and makes sense, something in line, as the Mayor Pro Tem had mentioned, with recreation fees, that sort of thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. I'll chime in. I'm in favor of what Mayor Pro Tem and Member Anderson, Member Woodward stated. So, and also probably like 2x what a current resident pays. So, does that give you enough direction in terms of where council stands? Member Nooncap, I'll let you chime in and then let's tap.
I just wasn't sure if we have four, if there's three of you who want to make it just for off-leash dogs. I personally don't support that. I would still like to make it optional for all residents.
I thought I heard 4, 3 on our side, and then
Member Woodward.
yeah, the 3 of us here. In terms of making it mandatory for off-leash dogs,
Only.
making it mandatory for off-leash dogs only, or anybody that's using the off-leash areas, and then making it not mandatory for anyone else. Did I understand that correctly, Member Woodward?
No, I wanted to make it mandatory. I would go along with whatever the rest of the majority of council
Right.
wants, but my suggestion is mandatory for all dogs and cats in the city.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Member Russell.
Thank you. I would support mandatory for off-leash.
There we are. So that just gives us to the majority there. Anything else or did we provide enough direction there?
Yes, so I will go back to DocuPet and we'll look at the financials. I do have one concern that this may be a program that may not be self-sustainable because we're not able to have enough people participate in the program. So I just wanted to let you know that that may be a concern coming forward, that this may not be able to move forward.
Okay. Is there a timeline? Well, I guess we'll come to that when we get to that point, but I do understand your concern, Mr. Lewis. So, and with that, oh, actually, Member Anderson, your light's still on. Anything else? All right, and with that, we'll go ahead and move on to the next agenda item. So thank you very much for the discussion tonight, and thank you for your time. Moving on to agenda item 6, large utility designation. We have Director Pieter Van Rij from the Utilities in South Platte Renew, as well as Deputy Director of Business Solutions, Sarah Stone, to discuss the large utility designation. Good evening, Director Van Rij.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Deputy Director Stone and Deputy Director Roach are both with me today to help support if there are any specific questions that I can't immediately address. So let me get to my presentation here. Okay, so we have 2 items that we're going to talk about today that are, it's really more of a larger regulatory update as it relates to the water system and some of the regulatory changes that are causing increasing pressure and needs to regulations to address. One is around large utility designation, and the other is around PFAS, which we'll talk about both of those separately, but then we'll have time to discuss either of them and questions associated with either of them. So large system utility, the background on this is the state of Colorado has different requirements on utilities based on whether they're classified as a large utility or a small utility. And you can see in 1991, the last time this was looked at, it's a total population of permanent residents, and then the people who come in for work or business or things like that on a regular basis. And so when you add those two together in 1991, it was 46,500. We did this again at the state's direction, and while our residential population stayed fairly stable, the people coming into work, so this is people who are working at the hospitals, people working in industrial areas, a lot of construction related things like that, we are now at 57,000. So the break even on this is 50,000. So once you exceed 50,000, you move from a small utility designation to a large utility designation. So that's the how we got there. What does it actually mean? Really, where this has the most effect is on the lead and copper rule. That's what LCR stands for up there. And so essentially what it means is now we are required to be more actively assessing and responding to any lead and copper related issues in our system. Now, we've been doing this proactively because we had an idea that this was coming. This now just moves it into we are required, and you can see some of the things that are included there. So the monitoring sites double from 30 to 60. The second item there, which is perform a corrosion control study or get a variance. What that is looking at the optimal corrosion control for the water so that it doesn't leach out lead into the drinking water. And this is where Denver Water had went through a process to obtain a variance from the EPA to actually address this. Because typically what is utilized in this type of circumstance is an orthophosphate. So it introduces phosphorus into the water, and then we turn around and then we have, if as you recall at South Platte Renew, we just spent almost $20 million putting in systems to remove phosphorus out of the water. And so when Denver was working on this about 4 or 5 years ago, there was a lot of focus on the larger impacts of utilizing phosphorus as a corrosion control methodology on wastewater treatment, and then the costs associated with pulling it back out. So what they essentially did is they figured out a methodology that was approved through a variance utilizing pH adjustment and water filter pitchers. And so if you've probably heard about this, where people have been sent a water filter pitcher if they've been identified to have a lead line. And what that provides is a point of use filter to help protect if there is any kind of a lead issue associated with that line. The other thing that comes along with that is an accelerated removal of those lead lines, at which point we would be looking at doing that same kind of thing. We want to do an accelerated removal process as opposed to taking 20 years to do this. Right now, our estimate is that if we're on the high end of lead service lines, which we think might be, the high end is 8,000 of the 11,000 connections, that we optimistically could get through that in about 7 years. That's going to take multiple contractors working multiple areas of the city, coordination. There's a lot of coordination because you'll do an entire street and things like that. So we're working out those details right now. But that's essentially probably the most significant, more immediate steps that need to be put in place. And then you can see some of the other things toward the end, which is total coliform. That's just our testing site of the distribution system, and that moves from 50 to 60. And then the last one is DBP is disinfection byproducts. And so that's total trihalomethanes and haloacetic acids. Those are two things that if the chemicals that are disinfecting the water aren't exactly in the right proportions, that can be a byproduct, and those are byproducts that we don't want in the system. And so we already test for 4 right now. That would move to 8. The funding of all this is what we talked about a little bit on Saturday, and I got the answer backwards on Saturday. It's actually 52% low interest loan, 48% grant or principal forgiveness on there. So I had it backwards there, but it's essentially the SRF is the state revolving fund. That's the method that we have to access the infrastructure money. The infrastructure money, the infrastructure bill that came out late 2021 has $60 billion, I believe, nationally dedicated to removal of lead service lines. And so we're right now in the process to apply for $70 million of that $60 billion to address our lead service line issue. Couple that with the WIFIA loan of $19 million. And this, if all of that goes through, then this actually does provide what we estimate to be adequate funding to address that issue in an accelerated fashion. That's a lot on the large utility. That's what comes with becoming a large utility. So the other issue that we've been working with the state on more recently is PFAS. So these are forever chemicals. You've probably heard about them. There's been a lot of focus on them in the past couple of years. So these are perfluoroalkyl substances. These are chemical compounds that were developed in the 1940s. They're used in all kinds of stuff. They're used in carpet, they're used in firefighting foam, they're used in nonstick cookware, they're used in Gore-Tex, anything that's like a water repellent. They're used in pizza boxes. If you're repelling grease, there's probably a PFAS in there. A lot of plastics have PFAS in them. And so there's over 9,000 of these compounds, but we have to test for a certain number of them, and they're PFOA and PFOS. I don't exactly remember. One's perfluoroalkyl acid. The acid's the last word, and then the other one's PFOS. But they're all part of these perfluoroalkyl substances. Low concentrations over time have health effects. So there was a health advisory in place. That health advisory changed middle of 2022, and it lowered the levels. Englewood has been sampling for this, so we sampled in 2020, and you can see what the level was, and that's in parts per trillion. And we had 3.5 in 2020, and the health advisory level was 70. That moved from 70 in 2020 to 4 parts per quadrillion in 2022. And so when you move to 4 parts per quadrillion, you can see we're still at we've gone down a little bit, but we're at 2.6 parts per trillion. And so we exceed that health advisory level. So that health advisory level is not a regulated standard. It is an advisory level for the community, and especially susceptible members of the community, to be aware that this is something that is in the drinking water. So what we have to do is we have to provide, we're required right now to provide some public notification as a result of this. And so we're getting a page up on our website that lists this information. We'll provide regular updates. But more immediately, we have to provide notice to the public. And so we have a direct mailer that we've worked with the state. We were working the language on this up until late last week with the state of Colorado. It's a 3-page fact sheet that's going to go in everyone's bill in February. And it essentially runs through the aspects of PFAS. And the last thing we have to do is a press release, and that will capture anybody else who potentially doesn't get a bill. And so the main areas, I'm just going to run through quickly what the main areas of this notice are. So the first section is, why am I receiving this notification? And it basically is talking about what PFAS is, where it can be found, how we got to this point where it's essentially in so much of the source water throughout the nation, and Englewood is not immune to that. What are PFAS compounds? That talks about the 9,000 chemicals, things that are used as stain repellents, water and grease. They're in cosmetics too. There's a lot of cosmetics that have them. What is the EPA health advisory level, and what does it mean? That essentially talks about the health advisory levels are not enforceable like established drinking water regulations. However, they're for public awareness. So some of the things that human studies have shown is there's strong evidence that exposures to PFOA and PFOS impacts the immune system, increased cholesterol, decreases infant birth weight, and can cause change in liver function. So you can see that people who are susceptible in those areas. So pregnant women, young children, people who have some immuno issues could potentially be at risk here. And so it's just providing the information that even in quantities of 4 parts per quadrillion, which for a frame of reference, that's 4 drops in 4,000 Olympic-sized swimming pools, to give you a sense for how small we're talking about here. What are the actions that you can consider? And we provide resources for CDPHE, as well as some EPA resources on what you can do. One of the most important things that we as a community can do is stop using these items, because every time we use these items, they shed these chemicals and they make their way to the receiving waters. And this is a persistent issue, because these are so ubiquitous in so many different materials that are used on an everyday basis, and they are not fully banned across the board. There are still uses that occur today. So one of the questions is, should I drink bottled water? And the statement on that is CDPHE cannot verify that all bottled water is below the interim PFAS health advisory levels. So so they put this level really, really, really low, and there's only a couple labs in the entire country that can test close to that level, but there's not a firm assurance that that labs can actually detect to this level. So if you can't detect to the level, you can't say that it's free of it. So there's some issues around that. So around bottled water, it basically what the recommendation is, choosing a brand that has been treated with reverse osmosis if you are going to. Levels in Englewood we talked about, they're really low. However, they're not below that extremely low level of the health advisory. And then what we're doing is we're continuing to monitor. There are I think this is the next step slides. So we are looking at what the regulation is. They're in the process of developing regulations around this. So there'll be a rule that will be effective in 2026. We are monitoring. We will continue to monitor, and then we'll also look at methods to continue to add treatment processes or methods to try and get that number even lower, down to that 4 parts per quadrillion. Ultimately, this was not accounted for in our financial plans, so we're not quite sure what the technology is that's going to allow us to get to that level. We're working on figuring that out. There's also some grant money out there that we're going after to help us with some pilot studies, and then, like I said, we'll provide multiple updates. So it's an emerging contaminant issue. There's definitely a lot of focus on it. We do not have high levels in our water, but because that health advisory level changed from 70 to 70 parts per trillion to 4 parts per quadrillion, we are now in this circumstance. We are actually one of the first water providers in the state to actually go through this entire process. If you go to the website, you'll see a lot of water providers who haven't gone through the testing. So we're somewhat on the leading edge of this from a water provider perspective. And with that is a lot of information on 2 regulatory things that we've been tracking over the last year or so.
Thank you, Director. You don't need any type of direction tonight, do you? This is just informational?
No, this is informational for all of you, and more importantly, the letter is going to go out in the February bill. We're required by the state to get this out, and so I wanted you all to be aware of it, and we could probably send an advance copy to the council directly so that you have it, because it'll end up being in everybody's bill.
Yeah, thank you, Director. Had it on the agenda, but I didn't think there was any direction needed tonight. But Mayor Pro Tem, kick us off.
I have a few questions, but I'd like to start with what you just said, that we're on the leading edge. Is that because we started testing for this earlier than anybody else did? Are we being punished for innovation and a focus on safety here?
We're not. I wouldn't say we're being punished. We're just one of the first out of the gate. I think one of the and that's because we were proactively testing for this, because we wanted to be able to understand what our levels were. We had to test in 2020. We got that information back, and then we were just one of the first ones that has been required. Everybody's going to have to go through this, so it's more of just like, what order of the line were you picked in? The one thing I will say is, and this is something that Deputy Director Stone has been working directly with CDPHE, and they provided us a comment late last week that how succinct and informative this version of the letter is. We took a lot of the information that Thornton proactively provided, and then we refined it and made it more succinct and more targeted in terms of its information. And CDPHE was very pleased with how we presented this information in this letter. So I think we're not being punished. I think we're just farther up in the line.
Okay. The second thing was in regards to phosphorus. You mentioned phosphorus and how we don't put it in our system because we know that it causes treatment problems when we go to treat it at SPR. But SPR serves 300,000 or so customers, I believe, something along those lines.
That's correct.
Do we have other systems that are connected in SPR that do use phosphorus? Because it seems like we should change their rates if that's what's going on.
So in reality, very few. The majority of the other water providers that discharge the SPR are actually served by Denver Water. And so when this was an issue with Denver Water, we at South Platte got aligned with Metro Wastewater and Denver Water for that fact in saying, hey, wait a minute, don't throw all this phosphorus loading in so that we have to spend all this money at the wastewater treatment end to pull it all back out when there's a methodology through this variance that works. The EPA just recently said that the Denver Water variance for this was actually so successful that other communities across the nation should use it as a model. And so we're gonna skip right to the model works. We're surrounded by Denver Water. We think, you know, the community is familiar with this. It's not such a shock. I mean, I think it'll be an initial shock, but I think if you've heard about, you know, Denver Water's response to this, you know, the process of the filter pitchers and things like that is something that's not new. And so, you know, they've gone through it, and so we're just going to align with that because it makes the most sense.
Okay, and then I do have a couple more questions, but this will be my last one for now. You mentioned the detection standard and the inability to test at the standard that the EPA has set. And I'm curious what other water districts might be saying about that, if there's an opportunity here to connect with the regulators as a large group and say, why are you setting a standard that's impossible, literally impossible to meet?
So I will say on a number of areas that's occurring. I participate in a large utility general managers group that that coordinates with CDPHE, the head of the Water Quality Control Division, and the leaders over there. So it's myself, the general manager of Denver Water, Aurora Water, Metro Wastewater, and then Colorado Springs Utilities. So the five of us, since we have large utilities, this is a South Platte is a large utility. We meet on a quarterly basis, and this is one of the things that has come up repeatedly is we're pushing out this health advisory level, and you're expecting us to test, but there's only 2 labs in the country that can actually test to this level, and we're not sure that they can test all the way to this level. And I think where CDPHE is somewhat got their hands tied is this is coming from the EPA. And so at the national level, there are a couple of organizations. One's American Association of Municipal Water Providers, and then the National Association of Clean Water Agencies. And so those are much more regulatory-based advocacy lobbying groups that are in Washington, D.C. We're actually a member of NACWA at SPR. But that in combination with AWWA, they're taking more of this national approach to EPA to try and find something that's reasonable, because exactly your point is the point that we're expressing is like how can we comply with something that's so low that it's not even really achievable.
Thank you.
Member Nunekamp?
Thank you for the presentation and the ability to have this information before our residents. You mentioned in your last slide that you're expecting some limited funding from the state available in 2023. As you're dialoguing with EPA and you're reviewing the draft rulemaking leading up to 2026, are you expecting, or do you think there will be the possibility of federal funding that will accompany this new rule, or do you think that this will be a completely unfunded mandate?
Good question. I think the infrastructure bill did talk a little bit about PFAS. I got to go back and check. It did, right? Do you want to? Deputy Director Stone might have a better answer than I do.
Good evening. Yeah, so there is money included in the federal bills. Actually, this is from the federal government, and then it's administered through the state, so similar to how we're getting access to funds for addressing lead service lines. So there will continue to be funding from the federal government that comes down. I heard from one of our consultants that actually Colorado didn't get as much as other states did for this specific issue. So it'll be interesting to see how that moves forward.
So, well, thank you.
Member Anderson?
Thank you, Director Van Wright. My question is actually in regard to the lead service lines. Doing that on an accelerated timeline, does replacing those service lines, I assume, require a street cut?
It
So-
does,
So
yeah.
that would be if you're doing a whole street, you're making a trench all the way along the street, or are you just doing squares in front of each house that's?
It's squares, and
Okay.
so typically it's a small square in the street to where it connects to the line or to the distribution line, and then
At the meter, at the-
line all the way to the house at that
Right.
point in time.
The challenge that occurred to me is if we're doing this on an accelerated timeline, are we doing it faster than we're able to repave our streets, and what is the impact on our residential streets from all of these street cuts over that 7-year time frame? Have you been in discussions with Public Works on that, and do we anticipate an increasing problem with our streets created by this accelerated timeline?
So you're exactly right. That's one of the issues with an accelerated program is that coordination with streets. I think what we're working through a lot of those details right now. I think if we do a number of street cuts, typically the response on that would be a mill and overlay or some kind of not a full repave of the street, but it might be a mill and overlay from curb to curb to be able to get a uniform surface on there. But it is absolutely something that we are coordinating with Public Works on, because the last thing we also want to do is they go in and redo a street right now, and then 2 years from now we realize we got to take all the lead service lines out, and then we cut up a street that we're not supposed to touch for 5 years.
Does the funding cover the cost of a mill and overlay if you do a whole street? Can you utilize that funding for that purpose, since that's the cause of the problem with the street?
I think so.
And is there enough funding to do?
That's
okay.
So that becomes the question.
All right.
Is I think if the low end of the low estimate of our lead service lines is 4,000, the high end is 8,000.
Mm-hmm.
So we think that 90 million total is enough to cover removal of lead service lines to the degree to which we completely redo the street as part of it. It really comes down to how those costs start to come back. If it's less lines, there's probably going to be more available for that. If it's more lines, then it might become more of a challenge. I think as a rule, we can definitely incorporate a large portion, if not all of that, into repairing that street, because the last thing we want to do is have a line of patches where your wheel hits it every
Right.
50 feet. So I think it's a detail we're working out, and it really comes down to the funding aspect of it.
And do you know that there are areas of the city where these are more prevalent, older, or a certain age of homes, or is there a way to evaluate that, or is it just scattered throughout?
That's really our next step. Our next step is to do a full detailed inventory and find out exactly how many we have and exactly where they are. I think the issue is the majority of the city was built in post World War II, so late 40s and all the way through the 50s, and the technology of the day was lead service lines. And so because of when a lot of our houses are, that's how we ended up with the 8,000 number, was looking at age of home construction. Now, there's a lot of things that could go into that if someone's replaced it, or if they were using it, or they were using copper or something else. That's that next step, is to dial in on that.
Thank you, Director.
But on the street cut thing, the thing we're not going to do is leave a street that's got a line of patches all the way through it. What we have to consider is the utilization of that funding, and how we can not create a pressure on the general fund streets program,
Right.
because of something that we're the driver on. Usually when the utility is the driver, we're responsible for the returning it back to
Got it.
normal.
Very good. Thank you.
Member Russell?
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. So once the 7 or 8 years is up and we've replaced almost all of the lead service lines, will then we be able to reduce the monitoring? Again, will it take care of these problems?
I think we still have to monitor from a copper aspect of the lead and copper rule. But I think the thing about the removal is that it takes the risk away. And so even if, I don't know, I actually don't know if we reduce at that point in time, or if just because of our large utility designation and the copper aspect, we're just at this level of testing. It's not an unreasonable amount of testing. It doesn't create a huge burden on us. It's more, but it's not, a huge burden.
Okay. And then the other question that I have is about the PFAS. And even if we did have the ability to test the levels down to the accuracy of the 0.004, do we have the ability to do something to treat the water to reduce the levels?
So one of the technologies out there that will do this is reverse osmosis. But if we're looking at a reverse osmosis system, one that's really, really expensive, two, you've got the byproduct, the brine product that comes out of that you have to dispose of. We're concentrating the PFAS in that. So that's where that might be a technology. What we're looking into is are there more affordable technologies that will get us to that point. That's where we're in this place where there's a health advisory, which isn't a regulatory rule, but it's to get the public aware that there is this issue out there. Thankfully, we as a water provider are really, really low, and so then it becomes an individual assessment of risk. But long term, I think we're looking at what is the most cost-effective way that we can actually get to the point where we're in compliance with whatever the rule becomes.
And would we put the reverse osmosis at the city level or in each individual home?
I would anticipate, without any analysis of this, I would anticipate that it would be at the plant, at the Allen plant. It'd be a new technology at the Allen plant. But again, we're just not at that level to know yet.
Okay. Thank you.
City Manager Lewis, you got something to add?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to assure council that we have heard you all loud and clear in terms of the paving and making sure that we are doing this in conjunction with Public Works. One thing that I have seen in another city is a tendency to try to subsidize your pavement costs, which is really putting something on the backs of the water ratepayers instead of the taxpayers. Granted, it's a lot of the same people, but we do want to be careful that if the grant funds pay for that, we just have to keep in mind that 52% of that is actually a loan that would be paid by the water fund, the water users. So we'll double check that in terms of if they pay for a patch or if they pay for an entire kind of lane replacement. So, yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I have a couple of other things. When I was briefing this, my concern overall is just with the message that we're sending to the people who consume our water. We had a couple of incidents in 2021 that had to be reported, and we have been telling them over and over and over again, we're making improvements. That's why you're seeing a higher bill. And now we have a new message saying, oh, we just discovered another issue that we have to report to you now. So I guess, I heard you talk about the message that we're putting out, and I appreciate the work that's gone into that. But what am I telling people when I'm talking to them in the community? How can I guess the problem I'm having is how can I look somebody in the eye and say things are getting better when the messaging that's coming at them seems to indicate that things are getting worse?
So I think that fundamentally, the message is that the water system is safe. The health advisory, again, it's not regulatory, but there are individuals in our community that, based on the exposure to PFAS, could present more of a problem than to other people. So I think this is for people in that more susceptible category. The message to things aren't getting worse. This is just how they are.
Right.
I mean, so it's not like we've become remarkably more exposed to PFAS in the last year. It's just more of the regulatory landscape is putting more of a pressure on this, and this isn't just affecting us; it's affecting most water utilities across the U.S. And so this is one of the things that in that general managers meeting is how do we ensure that to the community that we're addressing that we're addressing this, and the water the water's safe. It's just there are health advisories associated with these chemicals, which these chemicals we are all putting into the water by the products we buy, the products we use. And so this is a societal use of chemicals that makes its way to the water. The water is easy to put a focus on because it's the central point that we can actually incorporate some kind of a treatment change or things like that. The method or the mechanism by which people are more exposed to PFAS is actually through food. It's through the food chain. So it is people's exposure is much greater through the food chain, but that's a much more complex area to try to install new regulations to address this. When you look at many people's blood levels of PFAS today are higher than these levels just as we exist today. And so it's this balancing of the EPA's trying to figure out what the right level is for these things, especially considering they affect pregnant women and fetuses and things like that. But the rest of society has been dealing with these chemicals for 80 years. And so it's that balancing of trying to do the right thing, but also not trying to say, the just because we're not at 4 parts per quadrillion, that somehow there's a huge issue with our water system.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Anything else from members of council? Member Woodward?
Yeah, I would just like to mention that I saw recently a program where it talked about, it's a global problem. It's not only in the water that we're drinking, it's in the snow that's coming down, it's in the water that's in the rain. It's basically everywhere. And we all are being affected by it on the whole planet. So it's a big problem.
I was actually just reading an article this weekend of an orange juice, one of the orange juice companies, and I don't want to say the wrong one, so I'm not going to say what it is, but it's an article that talks about the orange juice being all natural, and they're facing a lawsuit because they've tested and there's levels of PFAS in their orange juice. So people are arguing you can't say it's all natural because it's got PFAS in it, and so it is everywhere. And our job is to do the best that we can for the water system, but realizing that this is all of us. I mean, this is not using nonstick cookware that sheds its way into the water system. This is, there's a lot of changes in from a chemical manufacturing perspective and a product usage. These are used in thousands of products that we all utilize on a daily basis. So it's a larger issue.
Director, thank you very much for your time tonight and for the presentation. I think that'll take us to break. We're right about 7:30. If we can meet back up around 7:40 and then kick off the rest of the agenda. Thank you, everyone. All right, members of council, if you could be seated. All right, members of council, there we go. All right, members of council, we'll go ahead and get started. We're moving on to agenda item 8. It's the land use discussion and typography. Follow up with planning manager Brian Isom, Matt Ashby from Ayers Associates, and Chris Brewster from, actually that is, I think, are you both from that organization? I'm noticing that there's a typo there. Here to discuss the land use discussion. So I'll kick it off to Mr. Isom.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Brian Isom, Planning Manager, Community Development. This is our 5th study session surrounding the Unified Development Code update. This one will focus on Chapter 4, which is our land use, or Chapter 4 is the zone districts and uses chapter, as well as some follow-up items from, I believe, the November 28th meeting, some questions surrounding some housing typologies. So without further ado, I'll let Chris go through the presentation. And then we also have some interactive maps to help answer some questions.
Thanks, Brian. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Chris Brewster with Multi-Studio to clear up any typos that may be in there. We partner with Ayers quite frequently, and we're happy to work with them and happy to work with Matt and his group. As Brian said, this is Chapter 4. So the presentation, I'm not getting the slides on my screen. Oh, there we go. So this is a overview of all of the entire code, the revised framework on the left. So we've gone through many of them. And so the next slide shows the focus of this evening's. So this is the first time you've seen Chapter 4, which is zone districts and uses, and some of the definitions that are in there were included as well, although that section's in progress. And that's more part of our general updates. So they're not broken out into those 4 main topics that we've organized all of the engagement around, and that the technical committee and steering committee worked on in July through September. But there are some things in there that are intimately related to those topics. But this Chapter 4 was more of a general update throughout the entire code, which is one of the reasons we kind of saved it for last till all of those other pieces shook into place. But there also are some things that are distinctly related to residential development and housing, and some of the ongoing discussions you're having with Chapter 5. And so, as Brian mentioned, we'll cover that as well. So next slide. So key changes. When we reorganized the code, we wanted Chapter 4 to be just about districts and uses. So the actual development standards, things about the physical 3-dimensional development of what you can do on a site, are housed in other chapters. So this is really just about the map, that kind of 2-dimensional, where our districts laid out and what uses are enabled there. So like in all of the provisions of the code, we started with where you were at, and just did a bit of reorganization. So the key changes were we did update the intent statements for the districts to correspond to your comp plan better. One of the reasons we wanted to do that, not only to link it more to the comp plan, but also to test ourselves about are these districts relating to each other, because we do want them to correspond to related districts, because when people experience places in your community, they don't recognize these boundaries, right? They're part of creating integrated places. So we wanted to make sure the districts corresponded to each other as well, and we were making appropriate distinctions and transitions between them. And so the intent statements really help us do that. We revised the use table. You currently have a use table that's fairly well organized in your code, but what we went through was we wanted to try and simplify it, and that mainly involved removing things that were redundant. When we found several very specific uses that might be enabled in the exact same way, or when there was overlap of use categories, we were looking for ways to combine those just to simplify the table down. There was also a reason to generalize so that we could be more flexible with uses, both uses that are emerging over time, but also just the general idea of being flexible, and I'll talk to that in a moment. And then the most significant changes we made, I think, were beginning to distinguish some of the uses by scale. And by that, I mean how large a building, how large a land area, what's the typical format of the use, because that can have a more dramatic difference on an area or surrounding sites and whether a use fits in than the use itself often. And when we did that, we did it in one of two ways. We either built off of things that were already in your code, beginning to distinguish by scale. You had some things that were limited by square footage or other indicators of scale, or a rough assessment of the buildings through Google Maps and windshield surveys, a rough assessment of what was existing in those districts as well. And then overall relying on improved design standards to bring the larger compatibility that everyone's interested in. The other thing I will talk about is there were some specific housing issues. One, making sure the table corresponds to any of the changes we were making in Chapter 5 with regard to housing types anyway. And then there were some specific use standards, mainly with ADUs and manufactured housing that will be updated that I'll mention specifically in a couple of upcoming slides. The next slide. So this graphic sort of depicts what I was explaining about why we thought generalizing uses, it was a good strategy for the city. These are the three areas that your code actually currently regulates. But what this effort was about was really increasing the ones, particularly on form in the middle there and design. So that three-dimensional aspect is being increased, and that does a lot more for compatibility and whether things fit in than what the actual use is. And so that allowed us to maybe de-emphasize the use standards or generalize them more, or perhaps allow a little bit more flexibility because we were getting some more assurances with some of the things on the right of the screen. Although not 100% assurances, we still think regulating uses is an important thing to managing compatibility and also heading off unanticipated or unintended consequences. So next slide. So that led to a little more detail on our approach to the use table. The first thing we did is we wanted to make sure none of the zoning districts were going to be changing dramatically, because quite frankly, we didn't hear any real problems with what was enabled and why. So it really was more of a kind of a cleanup or a tune-up exercise more than anything else. So we wanted all of the existing zoning districts to really retain all of the existing uses they had previously, and maybe in some cases add a few others in case we knew of either a conflict or an interpretation issue. We did simplify and eliminate some of the distinctions. We found a number of things where there weren't really a regulatory impact on why there were distinctions, and so we removed some of those. And then refining by scale, as I mentioned. And then when we did that, we did comb through with staff and look at things where you'll see in our use table that there's really this sort of tiered effect that as you move more towards the left, you just become a little more permissive in each of the use categories. And so there were a couple of instances where we had to check ourselves on, well, we're moving up in intensity of this zoning district. Shouldn't this use be allowed here or not? And in most cases, it was allowing us to move some of the smaller scale uses into the lighter intensity districts to enable a greater mix. That occurred mainly in some of the MUR districts, or really more often in the M districts, the districts that were already mixed use that might have been prohibiting a use for some reason, mainly because it's anticipated in a very large scale, but in projects where you wanted more mixed use, a smaller scale application of that use might be appropriate. Next slide. These are a couple of examples to show you what I mean by some of those tune-ups, and these examples occurred maybe in 10 or 12 instances throughout the use table, but the lighter font is how your code previously categories what we would call assembly uses. So it really went to the specific use itself. So religious assembly or a church, assembly hall, or a membership organization were all treated as different uses, even though they had the same essence to them. They're things where people gather in larger numbers at some type of facility. But the previous code was distinguishing them on the actual activity that was occurring, not the general activity. And so you would get things that a religious assembly was allowed in all of your residential districts, kind of stemming from the historic idea that we want churches and places of worship in our neighborhoods because they're good community anchors. However, nowadays they also come in very large scale events, and they aren't appropriate. So by shifting to the scaled approach, we could gear them more towards the context and have the neighborhood ones allowed in neighborhoods and the more regional impacting ones not allowed, regardless of what the use is. And so it allowed us to be a little bit more flexible with the uses, but also refine and build some expectations on protecting neighborhoods. Next slide. Another example with a specific commercial use, animal care and sales, covering a broad range of things that could be veterinary care, anything that takes care of animals or even sells retail, a pet store, so things like that. So again, on the left, you see your uses in the current code listed more specifically towards the type of use, but it doesn't necessarily say anything about how large or small it is. So when we recharacterize those, we did this one sort of on two measures of scale intensity. One, just the square footage of the place itself, thinking that the smaller will be less intense and less impacting. But then the other, the character of are they boarding or not? And so if they're boarding animals more frequently or more than just for observational care, as you might have with a veterinarian, if it's part of their business model, then it kind of shifts it up to the next category. And then in the table itself, you can just see those uses tiering through your mixed use districts and then all the way up to the industrial for the more intense ones. Next slide. A couple of specific uses. So now we're moving into outside of the table. There's a range of things in your current code that have very specific standards and conditions, and manufactured housing is one of those. It's currently only allowed in your I districts, industrial. And so we were taking a look at that based on the issue of housing being such an important topic for the city and following some of the trends of what people are doing with small format housing. So essentially what we did was we tried to broaden this type of use to make it more applicable for a wider range of small format housing, which can be quite affordable. So not just your typical trailer park that most people envision from the, that your code kind of was one of those 70s eras codes where it's talking about those in terms of manufactured or mobile homes, and every home site is a narrow trailer, and it's in something that we want to separate and put away from other uses. But what we're finding is a wide range of small format housing can actually make pretty great communities within them. So the overall strategy was to take some of the community design standards that we were applying to all of the housing throughout the city in general and begin to start applying those within these projects as well. And so could we make good community design internally and also good community design with how it fits in at the transition of borders? And then when we are doing that, why aren't we encouraging more of these small format houses, whether it's a conventional manufactured home or a wider range of small format housing? So on the screen are the things of what's changing and what's not. I think the keys I would point to is we're still doing this in a limited fashion where it's only allowed in the I districts. So it's going to likely only apply to your current sites that you already have. And so on what's changing, staff helped us identify that the current standards are really meant to be prohibitive toward this type rather than encourage it. And not that we're encouraging it everywhere, but I think it could be a valuable tool, particularly to redevelop some of the existing ones as they become aging or people want to reinvest in them. It wouldn't be so easy under your current standards. So we're looking at making some of those barriers a little less than they were intended to be when the code was first written. One of the things that we do know is I think the overall project size may need to come down even more, that reducing it from an 8-acre threshold to 3. Most of your current ones are under that 8, by the way. We do suspect some of them are under 3, so we're looking at that. And the steering committee heard this same presentation a little over a week ago and had a couple other suggestions for us to look at. And one was on that density yield, to look at some of the existing areas where they're manufactured housing and seeing the number of units and seeing if we would be comparable under those standards as well. So we'll be looking at that under the final draft. But overall, the approach was to elevate the community design, lower some of the barriers, and allow some reinvestment in this for a wider variety of small format homes, with the exchange of, if it has better community design, we would want to see these reinvested in rather than something that's pushed aside or not encouraged, so to speak. Next slide. Accessory dwelling units. So a big discussion with the overall housing policy and throughout all of our community engagement in the spring months of last year. And so where we ended up was to enable them in all of the R1 districts. So that was part of what we discussed in Chapter 5 with the development standards. There's also a list of conditions that are currently in your code that are housed in what would be Chapter 4, the chapter on uses. And so this is our chance to take a look at those and make sure we're pushing on the appropriate levers as we encourage accessory dwelling units in more places. So again, what's changing, what's not. A couple that I will point out. One is in association with our discussion on housing types, the idea of allowing potentially 2 accessory units on the same lot if it's a larger lot. That came from one of our steering committee members when we brought up the discussion of allowing it in R1A and R1B, which can be the larger lots. There was this idea of, well, those are actually the lots that are more accommodating of these, and therefore can we allow an additional one? Related to that, where we would typically see that happen would be allowing an accessory unit as an attached unit, so either a basement apartment or a attic apartment, something like that. So we are allowing that, particularly if we want to explore the idea of having 2 on the same lot, because all of them will be subject to the lot coverage and building standards, which might be limiting to enabling that unless one of them was attached or internal to the primary unit. And then another thing that came up at our steering committee meeting was we as the consultant were sensitive to your current standards that said, has something to the effect of the size shall be no more than 600 square feet or up to 100% of the primary unit. One of the benefits of accessory dwelling units is that first word, they're accessory. In other words, they're usually smaller and subordinate to the main unit. And so we didn't want to automatically convert this into a 2-unit property. So we brought down that percentage requirement down to it needs to be no more than 75% of the main unit. We often see that number in anywhere to 50% to 75, meaning that it is a smaller unit and it's not, you don't get confused. And the idea is it's going to be less, it's keeping the single family nature of the site and the buildings on the complex. But we did see an opportunity to actually raise the minimum square footage because 600 is small. But on a larger home and lot, that might be perhaps maybe even be too small. And so we suggested raising that to 800. So kind of a trading scale there. However, with our steering committee input, someone who's experienced in the field said that's actually kind of cumbersome and complicated to deal with. And he actually preferred, why don't we just set a square footage limit and be done with it and not worry about these percentages, because on development projects, you're often playing with a lot of moving parts. And so we did think that was a good suggestion and just wanted to bring that up for your consideration as well, because we will be exploring it and we look for some direction from you all on that as well. Some of the things that aren't changing are on the right. A lot of the filing, the parking requirement, although we did, that was a big one where I think the community was accepting of this, but we did hear a lot of concern about as long as it doesn't exasperate or create a parking problem for our neighborhood. So we do think it's important to keep that. But we also know that there's going to be plenty of opportunities where a parking requirement may not be driving the site. In other words, maybe you can find on street, or maybe it truly is in one of your most transit served areas. So the ability to have an administrative waiver of that parking requirement and having some criteria on how and when you would make that decision, we did think was important. Also brought up at the steering committee is that parking requirement is not necessarily an interior space. So it doesn't mean you have to have a garage. So on most sites, particularly alley loaded, longer lots, we do think it's going to be not too difficult to find that extra parking spot, but we do think we hear that as a common barrier to ADUs and communities recommending getting rid of that. We did not take that step with this recommendation. Next slide. So this is kind of, I guess this is a segue into the second part of our conversation, where we will circle back and revisit some of the questions you had related to housing on in chapter 5, mainly the idea of the R1 districts, and should they allow more multi-unit buildings rather than just the smaller lots and ADUs. So I think I'll pause here and see if there's any discussion or questions before we move on, or if you'd prefer, I can just keep going through the presentation.
No, I think that this is a good break to ask questions regarding that section. Member Anderson, I'll let you kick us off.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Brewster, for walking us through this again. I went back and watched our meeting from November 28th, where we had talked about a lot of this. I also watched the steering committee meeting from December 12th, or January 12th. And I just wanted to make sure I understand the process for, as we're kind of giving you feedback, how that's making it back into the system. We had on the 28th, we had come to consensus on, I think, several things council wanted to see in the draft that ultimately comes back to us, or we can of course I know we'll have an opportunity to amend the final version as well, but here's a few of the things we had said at that meeting for ADUs, allowing the 2 ADUs on 6,000 square foot lots. Another one was allowing 1,500 up to 1,500 square foot, or 15% of the lot size, was something else that we had agreement on. And then at a previous meeting, we had talked about eliminating the parking requirement for ADUs. You know, these are big things that in Cole Peterson's book, the ADU expert, where he says these are poison pills. And there's a number of other ones that I think we still have in there. I think ADUs really present an opportunity to, we passed an ordinance, it didn't work. The ADUs are not getting built. And this is a really great opportunity for a lot of variety of different types of affordable housing in a lot of different places. So I'd really like to see these things get worked back in there. And I noticed they didn't come up in your draft. The steering committee didn't get a chance to see council's recommendations on those particular issues. Are those going to come back? I mean, it'll come back before P&Z. What is the process for making sure that, I think the path of least resistance here would be if P&Z got a chance to really discuss what we already know council has support for. Obviously we have multiple chances to, opportunities to weigh in on this. So we'll get to see it again, but I wanted to see what you're doing with the feedback that we're getting you, especially on the ADUs here.
Yes. So that's kind of part of the reason why a lot of 5 and 4 is lumped back into our circle back with you all this evening, because we're tracking those. And then the things that we're showing here in chapter 4, that list it really went to the steering committee for the first time on that meeting on the 12th you've seen, and before you all tonight. So we're monitoring some of that discussion on the parking, the square footage and all of that, but it's all still in the initial draft. And so we will circle back and coordinate all of that and make sure we got firm direction on all of it. But we just hadn't, 4 was already in the works and going to the steering committee by the time we had that discussion on the 28th.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I have some more suggestions on ADUs. I don't know when we want to actually, if we're just asking questions now or want to.
At this point, let's ask questions and then we'll come back to it. Member Russell and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I just have this question, mostly I believe for Councilmember Anderson. Are you suggesting that we would eliminate single-family residential areas altogether?
No, not as part of what we have in the draft on chapter 4. Or was that for me or for?
That's okay. I appreciate your answer as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
With regard to ADUs, these are accessory uses, so I don't see them as having that impact on changing the primary character of the zoning districts.
However, I think, just remind me if I heard this correctly at that meeting you were referring to, is that you wanted to require that any accessory units had to be ADUs, that homeowners could not consider anything else. And I may have misunderstood, but I did hear that.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So the question is, if you were suggesting that there be 2 ADUs in all R1, or all R1 districts, that the requirement would be that they needed to be an ADU rather than any other type of accessory unit. I thought that was implied.
I wonder
may
if
have,
this was on with regard to the square footage size, because we did say, would that in expanding the square footage to 1,500 impact ADUs only, or would it apply to garages and other type of accessory structures as well? And I was in favor of allowing all of it, but fine with applying it to just ADUs. But the idea that, I mean, I don't think this would impact that people would be allowed to build, certainly be allowed to build other types of accessory structures. I wasn't intending to suggest that they had to be dwelling units.
okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I just have a question about the definition of an ADU, accessory dwelling unit. So, assuming that I decide to build a new garage on my property, and I want to put an apartment on top of the garage, and the garage is 2 cars, so it's, I don't know, 1,000 square feet or something. The apartment on top is 1,000 square feet. Is that a 2,000 square foot ADU, or does only the top count?
The way the code would be set up, only the top would count for what's enabled by the unit, and depending on whatever thresholds we have for that unit, yeah, that we would count only the square footage of the occupiable space. So the garage would be separate. You're bringing up a question, I think it's intricately related with it, is that we have been looking at the accessory buildings a little bit independent of whether there's a unit or not, and staff is helping guide us through where those standards have currently gone in terms of how much building height is allowed, and does it matter on if it's just an accessory utility building versus if it's a unit. And so we're looking at balancing, figuring out where we're adjusting your current standards on that, because right now the way you have it is you only get that additional height in that accessory building. That the situation you just described would only be given if that were a unit. So in other words, you wouldn't get the extra height on that structure if it's just extra storage space.
Okay, so if I wanted to put an office, would that still be an ADU, or does it have to be, livable space like an apartment?
Right. To count as an ADU, it would have to be livable space, but you're touching on a little bit of an administrative and interpretation challenge that will be, when does it become a unit? There's things in the building code that would say, but it certainly doesn't mean, it's going to mean kitchen and sanitary facilities, basically. So if you had a building that didn't have that, then that technically wouldn't qualify as an ADU.
Okay, and I was also thinking about this in the difference between a duplex and a house that has a basement apartment, but that deals with how the properties are deeded, correct? A duplex is deeded separately for either side, whereas a basement apartment would be owned by one individual. Is that a correct interpretation?
Generally, at least, where I've come from, a duplex would mean 2 units on 1 lot. We use the term a little bit differently here, and that we have a tendency to call a duplex what I would consider a 2-unit townhome, where they're totally separated, they're platted differently. So that's something that I do want to clear up with this code update, is to make sure that we call, a duplex, a townhome, or whether it's a 2-unit townhome, however we describe it, to make sure that there's no confusion with our residents, because we get asked a lot of questions, and it is a little bit different, but that's one thing that we do want to clarify with this update.
Yeah, I see a few scenarios emerging. That would be helpful for me. The attached garage with an apartment on top, or a house with a basement that someone can also live in. These things might be defined as ADUs, but they also might constitute duplex in some way or another. So I think that clarity would be helpful for me.
Member Noonan-Kemp.
I have some questions about the manufactured and small format housing piece. This is currently, as you mentioned, zoned within I districts. Does that mean that this would be a use by right, or would it go through a PUD process for a development like this?
We aren't recommending any change to the current process. It's listed as an allowed use in your current code in the I districts, but the procedures actually do require you to do a development plan following the PUD process. So if someone were to redevelop any of those properties or to propose a new project like this in the I district, they would have to submit a development plan and it would have to go through the PUD process. And that's how your code is currently set up. We think because of the number of ways these projects could go, that's probably an appropriate technique.
And my next question on that is, did you examine or, look at the feasibility of expanding this use beyond the I district?
We did not look beyond the I district, but I think we, at least with the consultant team, we discussed the possibility of, since it's a PUD, is it necessary to leave it only in the I districts? And I think because we mainly see this tool being used to refurbish or reinvest in your existing examples of these types of projects, that was where we suggested going. But I do see a possibility that if we see broader application of this, we could take it out of the I districts and say it's PUD in all of the multi-unit or multi-density residential districts. That might be a possible route if we saw broader application of these types of projects. The one thing I would say with that is where we really see this setting up a continuum is, if you recall in Chapter 5, we have the ability to do courtyard housing plans, and those are meant to be internal lot projects within the block. So, and there's limits on the number of building types that can go into those. So that's like a smaller version of these types of projects. So this would only be for larger scale ones that graduate up. And that was one of the other reasons that we did leave it in the I district, because we just didn't see, we saw a lot of other opportunities to do similar projects or to get similar results from building patterns through some of the things we were enabling in the other districts anyway.
That's helpful clarification. Thank you so much for that. I'm curious what my colleagues on council think, but I would support, especially if it has to go through the review process and the master development plan, expanding that to all zones, multifamily zones within, or density zones within the city. I think I've studied the example you've included on your slide in Buena Vista, and what we can do right now with manufactured housing to address affordability within the state is really interesting. And I think that Inglewood has the opportunity to be a leader in that by creating just opportunity for people who want to use that that tool. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. So your question to members of council was to extend manufacturing houses to all zoning districts. Did I capture that correctly?
I believe to all multifamily.
To all multifamily.
And I would also support, what he brought up earlier about maybe potentially lowering the acreage to maybe 2, where we could look and see what's the right acreage for a lot for a project like this. But if it has to go through a master development plan process regardless, I'd like to see what other opportunities we have within the community to offer this kind of community-based affordable housing project.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Mayor Pro Tem, your light's still on. Go ahead.
Also on the subject of small format housing, we've heard recent reports of people who've long established in mobile home parks and they live in a trailer. And because of the pressure on land costs right now, the park gets sold to whoever who wants to apply a different use. And now these people find themselves without a place to put their home, which they own, and without the means of moving it. So I wonder if there's a way to put in our code something that protects those people. The goal here being home ownership and entry-level home ownership. And you don't truly own your home if you could be booted off the land where your home exists at any given time. So I don't know, a right of first refusal or a requirement of ownership of slips or something. I know that we mess around with costs when we talk about those things as well. Making the entry point more expensive presents its own challenge. But for the purposes of stability in the community, I think it would be in our best interest to at least look at what we could do from a regulatory standpoint to ensure that once someone is established in one of these communities, they can't just have their land sold out from underneath them.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Actually, Mr. Brewster, if you're able to answer that question, because I had a similar thought. If we were to move forward with this change, does this potentially create a displacement situation for people that are currently in that mobile home park. So could you elaborate on that, Mr. Brewster, to mine and Mayor Kitam comments?
Yeah, I think we're aware of that issue. It would be hard to say whether this would increase or decrease that threat, but I think we're aware of a lot of these places are under that threat from redevelopment into other types of development. So one of our, at least operating concepts, well, if we improve the ability to reinvest in and keep it as a small format housing project, perhaps we're limiting some of that displacement. But I wouldn't say that that's going to be effective, and I wouldn't say that maybe even that's not even there probably, if it is raising up in class, there could probably still be some displacement that would result back as a new and improved version of itself. So I think that the right of first refusal idea is something we're aware of, and I think it's a larger policy issue than it is a regulatory issue. But there's certainly some things we could research with regard to that. The second thing that is a code issue that we've seen is allowing these sites to be platted as home sites if there are utilities in them, so that the people occupying them do start to have some ownership stake in it, and then it can't as easily be bought out from them. We are aware of that being a strategy as well. It does involve some complication because you're then allowing platting of lots that don't meet your standards as frontage, and you have to make sure that all of them have utilities, because now they could be individually sold separately, and that creates some different dynamics that the planning staff and public works and utilities need to be aware of. But that's another concept. But I would say that I don't think anything we've done has elevated the threat of the displacement that's there, but you are correct that that's an issue.
Thank you, Mr. Brewster. We'll come back to this topic, but Member Anderson, go ahead.
I'm in agreement with Member Neunenkamp on expanding this, and it occurred to me as I was reading through this as well, expanding this into multifamily zones as well. I would also be interested, and maybe I don't know if we have, if we could pull up this information really quickly, is doing a little analysis on what an appropriate minimum size is based on what infill opportunities we already have. I mean, I don't anticipate a developer coming in and demolishing multiple single family homes or duplexes in order to put in some manufactured homes. So I think what's really important is that this actually works for some locations in Inglewood. So what is that right minimum size? Is it 2 acres, at 1 acre? What opportunities do we have within those multifamily zones? Or are there other zones that we're not thinking of where it would be appropriate to where we have infill opportunities that we would want to make this allowed for? And then also on Mayor Pro Tem's point, I totally agree with that. If there's anything we can do to protect these, and I think we're appointing someone to P&Z who's kind of specializes in this tonight, so she'll be coming on in time to look at this, I think, which is great. So I'd love to see what her feedback is on that as well. And Mayor, I had a couple things on ADUs.
Yeah, feel free to jump in.
Okay, there are just a couple of two things that fall into kind of the poison pill category on the ADUs that we still have in there. One is that owner occupancy requirement. I want to see if we have interest from council in eliminating that. In Cole Peterson's book, I think this is the top of his list in terms of poison pills. He says, owner occupancy ADU bylaws state that an owner must live on the property if there's an ADU on it. With this restriction in place, ADUs generally will not be built. He just says it flat out. They won't be built. And the reason he goes on to explain is because people who are interested in investing in their property also think about the future. Maybe they want to buy another home and move and then rent out both units. Or they think about what they're going to get out of the property when they go to sell. And if there's that level of restriction on the property, then it cuts off their opportunities to sell it to another person or another potential landlord who might buy that property. So you don't actually, if you have an owner occupancy requirement, you can never get the value back out of that ADU because you can't sell it for market rate because it can't function as you cut off a whole bunch of the market basically. So that's one of the big poison pills. He also makes the point that we don't treat any other type of housing this way. You know, you can buy, you know, with multifamily buildings, you can buy a condo or you can rent an apartment. With duplexes and townhomes, buy or rent. Single family homes, buy or rent. Half of Inglewood homeowners are already renters. I think it's close to half or somewhere around that mark. You know, this just this really, I think, cuts off a huge opportunity for developing that affordable housing. So I would like to see if we have interest in removing that requirement. And then the other one is the one you mentioned, Mr. Brewster, about its relation to the size of the main property. And somebody on the steering committee actually made a really good point that something he said, I think it was a builder, that he'd seen in Denver, is where somebody lives in a small home. They bought a lot with a 500 or 600 square foot home, and what they then want to do is build an ADU and move into that, and then rebuild the main home and then rent out the ADU to help pay for the whole project. And so this cuts off that kind of opportunity. It's also sort of discriminatory against people who have smaller homes to begin with. They have the same lot size, same use standards generally on the lot, but just because their main home happens to be smaller, they can't build that additional unit. I think the best way to see the difference between a primary residence and an ADU is the ADU is tucked away on the property in sort of a hidden fashion. It's further back on the lot. It's in the basement. The entrance, I mean, if we wanted to put in some regulations to make sure that these are not duplexes, because that's not the point of ADUs, is to turn every property into a duplex. The point is to make sure that there is a primary unit and a secondary unit. And if we put a regulation in that says the secondary unit cannot have a main entrance on the front side of the property or something, I think that's a better way of getting at it. I think generally ADUs are going to be smaller, in fact, a vast majority of the cases, but there are all those situations where I think it makes sense to, where a homeowner happens to have a really tiny home, wants to build the ADU, doesn't make sense to lock them into a percentage requirement in regard to the primary unit. So those are the two things I wanted to see if we have feedback on.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Anything else, any other changes that we need to discuss before asking for consensus on some of these items that were brought up? Go ahead, Member Noonenkamp, and then Member Russell.
Member Russell's actually first. I would just add to Member Anderson's point, I actually would support going back to council's original direction and just removing the parking requirement altogether and not requiring the administrative waiver.
I'm adding a lot of notes here.
And I would just say that I was intending, all the things we had agreed on to before, I was still maintaining, including the parking requirement. So the 1,500 square foot, 15% lot size, and 2 ADUs on 6,000 square foot lot.
Right. Member Russell.
Thank you. I have some problems with all of these massive sweeping changes. Probably about 3 or 4 years ago, we spent a couple years on ADUs, having a lot of public hearings, a lot of public input, and all of a sudden, this council comes in and with just 2 or 3 people, we're gonna change those sweepingly. I'm not exactly sure that I agree with you, Councilmember Anderson, on the reason that the ADUs weren't built is because we made a mistake and we didn't follow that person. I think it had to do with all the public hearings and what the public wanted. I would be okay with allowing an ADU in R1 districts, but not 2. These are single-family residential areas. And the way I see what you're suggesting, we're changing it from a single-family home to a multi-family property. And there were reasons that people came up with these suggestions, that they wanted owner occupied because there was more control on what would happen with that property. There is a property owner that owns that property, so the property owner is going to be responsible for the accessory dwelling unit. I will tell you one thing that I think created a lot of the problems, but I don't disagree with this policy that was set in place. I believe the reason that we haven't seen more ADUs built under our current ADU law is because the homeowner, when they want to build an ADU on the property, they have to bring their primary home up to code in every area. And we got houses that were built in the 1940s, and it's going to cost these people $100,000, $200,000 to bring that home up to code before they build the ADU. I think it's not quite as simple as you think it is. And I think that once this comes to a public hearing, there is going to be great pushback. And so I really didn't have problems with some of the things that have been suggested, but these sweeping changes the public is not going to be happy with that. I can guarantee you that. I've already had several calls. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Mayor Pro Tem?
I have a couple things not related to ADUs and probably not related to the changes that were discussed in the code, but since the entire code was attached, I went through and read it. I just noticed that we make reference in this code to medical marijuana, but there's no reference to recreational marijuana. And since our city has both, I'm wondering if we should look at those areas as we're making changes to this code. The first is on page 104 of the packet, and the second is on page 110 of the packet. The relevant code sections are 16-4-3-B-8 and 16-4-4-I. They both exclusively refer to medical marijuana and make no reference to recreational.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Anderson, do you have something to add? Your light's still on.
No, I could respond to Member Russell, but I think I'll conserve our time.
Thank you. Member Woodward?
Thank you. I just want to respond to Member Anderson's question I have. As an example, behind my home, I have what we used to call an alley house. So smaller house, probably 800 to 900 square feet, if that. If that homeowner wanted to put something on the front of that lot, and let's say 1,500 feet, something like that, and I guess I would almost at that point call it a primary residence. And the ADU then could become what I referred to as the alley house. And how would you see that in what your last statements were there?
Oh, I would see that if the small unit's already sitting on the back of the lot, then I would see that as an ADU, and the lot has an opportunity to build a primary residence on the front side.
Okay.
An alley house is an ADU, and I think that's the way our current code is set up, is that they have to be on the back 35% of the lot. So what you're describing fits the qualifications for an ADU.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if there was another improved home on that lot before, but I know when I moved here many years ago, there were a lot of alley houses and houses on the front part of the lot, both fairly small. So, okay, thank you.
All right. Members of council, if we could just weigh in on each of these items, unless there's other questions before we get to the chapter 5. So for chapter 4, we'll start with the owner occupancy requirement. Member Anderson, you brought this one up to remove that owner occupancy requirement. Anyone want to chime in whether we should look into removing that or to keep the current owner occupancy? Member Noonkemp.
I support removing this. I know we discussed this previously, but when we think about the longevity of the value of the property, I think that we can safely kind of think about, for a homeowner who's investing this kind of money into their own property, they're thinking about the longevity. I think it makes sense for us to think about that as well. And knowing all of the restrictions that we still have around EDUs, I'm not concerned about the negative effects that others are.
Thank you, Member Noonkemp. Member Russell, I got you as a keep the current owner occupancy requirement. So
Yes, correct.
thank you, Member Russell. Anyone else want to chime in? Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
What if we required owner occupancy for a fixed period of time after the ADU was built? The goal being stability in the neighborhood. So we don't want you to come in and build an ADU so that you can sell your house to an investor, and then the opportunity for home ownership is lost there. If you have stability, you stay there for 5 or 10 years after you construct the ADU. The people who live next to you know who they're going to be living next to you for the next 10 years, and then after that, you're free to make the change.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll ask members of staff, Mr. Brewster, is what Mayor Pro Tem stating, is there a chance that by making these changes and removing the owner occupancy that we could be opening up the potential of investors, basically what Mayor Pro Tem stated, that potentially we could be leading investors to buy property, rent out the ADU. Do you have any insight on that, Mr. Brewster or staff?
Yeah, we are aware of that concern. I don't have any direct experience on whether it promotes it or doesn't. I think most times when we see that happening, it could be happening anyway already with the single family homes. I will say we go back to the owner occupancy requirement. It comes from one of two things. One, a property maintenance concern, that the idea of if there is an ownership presence, this additional unit's more likely to be maintained. Certainly the city has standards and property maintenance and code enforcement things that can enforce that if it does become a problem. But sometimes it's put in as a way of heading off a potential problem. And you can kind of weigh the policy issues with regard to that, of whether it does or doesn't. The second would be towards the stability part. On the communities that we have worked with that got rid of the owner occupancy, most of them did so on the idea of they had areas that were already single family homes that were rental, and they looked at it as in those rental properties are being denied an opportunity that an owner would have. And sometimes those rental opportunities are people who are already in the business of providing these types of housing, and they will do it more readily. Those are going to be highly unique to each local context. That is yet to get to, I think that type of investment is yet to get to the idea of, well, then there's this third class, which is more of the flipper or outside investor, or people that are kind of changing the community from outside. And I think I hesitate to comment on that because I think it's so subject to your local dynamics that I think staff maybe has a better feel for that than I would. I don't mean to punt on that question, but I don't feel like I have enough information to really answer that one directly.
I appreciate the insight though, Mr. Brewster. Member Noonekamp and then Member Anderson.
I just wanted to respond to that. We learned in our housing assessment that only 48% of Inglewood's units are owner occupied. So the majority of Inglewood residents are actually renters, which is something for us to remember when we think about representing our citizens. And I just want to say that I think that the idea that renters do not care for property is frankly a very antiquated perception. We have, like I said, the majority of our residents are renters. I have renters in my neighborhood who have the most beautiful lawns on the street. And as home ownership is becoming increasingly prohibitive for so many people, more people who want to live in a beautiful neighborhood, who want to have a beautiful home, end up renting. And so I just want to be cautious how we think about maybe some antiquated stereotypes of owners versus renters.
Member Anderson?
I would just say, thinking broadly about this, my approach to ADUs is that this is a place where we can create opportunity for affordable housing to come into our city in a natural kind of fashion. And it gives opportunities for homeowners and for property owners in general to utilize their property in a way that both benefits the community by providing more housing, whether that's rentals or ownership opportunities. And it gives you everybody who owns a home the opportunity to do something more with their property. The thing I think that it's one of I think a reaction to this is like, oh no, that we're gonna have ADUs on every lot. That's not how it works in the real world. What you do is we want to maximize the opportunity across the city, and some people are going to take advantage of those opportunities. But the more opportunities there are, the more we're going to see that affordable housing come in. That's where I think the expansive approach here is. And again, in Portland, where they've done this, I've seen a map of the city and where all the ADUs are. They've had legalized ADUs, multiple ADUs on lots for many, many years. And you see a map where they have all these ADUs. It's, one here, one there, maybe one or two on a block. It's not, this is not going to be, not every developer is going to roll in and say, what an opportunity in Inglewood to build an ADU. They're not that profitable. It creates an opportunity, but you got to be the right kind of person to take advantage of the opportunity. I think there's going to be, we're suggesting 2 ADUs on these lots. I think there's going to be very, very few of those people who say on the lot that they want to put 2 ADUs in and manage them. That's going to be a very expensive upfront investment, and then they got to manage both of those as well. So I don't see that happening all the time, but we are creating a new opportunity there that's going to produce some new housing, and that's the goal here, is to actually provide that housing to the community.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Actually, we're getting to Chapter 5, which I expect to take just as much time as we are with Chapter 4. So if we can just start running through some of the additions or changes that potentially we want to see. Member Woodward, did you have your light on? All right, go ahead, Member Woodward.
With regard to the number that Member Noonenkamp mentioned of 48%, I believe that includes apartment buildings, homes in apartments, that sort of thing, not single-family residences. And I think the ownership in Inglewood is a lot larger than 48% on single-family homes. Also, I want to just mention with regarding what is changing, expanding to R1A and R1B, I'm a little more flexible on that than I was at our last meeting. R1C, I am not. R1C are the smaller lots which make up, I think, probably a majority of Inglewood, and that's what makes Inglewood Inglewood, the small family, the interior. And I would encourage district council people, go talk to your district about making those changes. And I think I know what the answer is going to be. And I don't think it's going to be what you may think. R1A and R1B, I see it because they're bigger lots and more to work with. But that's my opinion on those.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Actually, Member Woodward, since your mic is still on, did you want to weigh in on the owner occupancy requirement? Currently, right now we have as a requirement. Did you want to remove it, or did you want to keep that?
I want to keep it.
All right, thank you, Member Woodward. I'll chime in. I am in favor of removing the owner occupancy requirement. Member Wink or Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm in favor of removing the requirement.
Thank you, Member Wink. So we have, at this point, we do have a majority to remove. Next one is just the relation of the ADU to the size of the main property. Currently, Member Anderson is for not having that requirement. I'm trying to think of how it's currently worded. But currently, the primary has to be bigger than the ADU.
Our current code says they can be equals. Can be equal sizes. The suggestion in this draft is that it has to be, I think, 80. It can't be bigger than 80%. And I'm suggesting that that is not the best way to regulate the size of them. The best way to regulate, I think the size should be regulated, but regulated based on the lot size, which we have previously discussed at 15% of the lot size.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Anyone else want to chime in on that? Member Russell, I have you against that one as well, I believe. So Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sorry if I put words in your mouth. Member Noonan-Camp.
Yeah, you can put me down in favor for everything that we've previously discussed. So this, and then also the parking requirement, in favor of keeping all those decisions the same.
Okay. Member Wink.
The same goes for me, Mayor.
Thank you, Member Wink. And I'll just go through them because I think I'm in favor of those as well. So at the very least, we have a consensus for that one as well. Moving on to extend to all multifamily districts the manufacturing housing item. Member Wink, same here. And then also small format housing, just how to protect the people that live in mobile homes. We kind of talked about protective language, but we may have to have another discussion about this. But Member Anderson was in favor. Mayor Pro Tem, I was as well. Member Noonan-Camp, go ahead.
I'm in favor of learning more about what our
Yeah.
options are. I don't want to bake, a certain policy. I'd like to have a conversation about it. I believe we have 4 of these types of communities within Inglewood, and I'm definitely interested in what the opportunities are for ensuring that people can stay in their homes.
Correct. I don't think that we have any definitive language or anything like that, but hearing additional examples of how we can do that. So,
Great.
Perfect. With that, anything else? I know that we had the medical recreation marijuana. Does that require additional research, or is that something that we could change just to add recreational marijuana as part of that section? It makes sense to do that, but
It might be something that we work with the city clerk's office to make sure that we're in line, in our attorney's office to make sure we're in line
okay.
with any federal or state regulations.
Sounds good. Member Russell?
I just want to remind us that there were 3 recreational marijuana locations that were approved in the city, and those are the only places in the city that recreational could be.
Thank you, Member Russell. Yeah.
Okay.
Was it 3 or was it 4? I thought it was 4.
3.
Okay.
Oh, it's 4? Okay, 4.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Perfect. With that, can we now move to Chapter 5, just revisiting the discussion from the 28th of November? Mr. Brewster, did you want to kick us off with that as well?
Yes, if we could shift back to the presentation. So this is just a recap of what our major changes in 5 were with regard to development standards in general for the neighborhoods. And then the last bullet point there is that we knew you wanted to circle back and have a continued discussion on the R1 issues. So we've prepared some of that information. Next slide. So this is a series of things that we heard you discuss and weigh options for. So it kind of walks through a progression of questions. First, should the R1 districts accommodate 2 to 4 unit buildings? So these are separate from the ADU discussion we just had. So, if the answer is no, you're thinking that ADUs and allowing smaller lots, which are the changes that are proposed in the draft, is enough. If you're answering yes, we should explore this, it's saying those smaller scale residential buildings, the 2 to 4 unit building types, would be appropriate in those districts as well. Then the second question becomes, okay, which districts is it all R1s, or do we filter it? As the council member previously discussed, there's a difference between some of those districts, and we have some information for you on that. And then the third question we've heard, there was the idea of, well, maybe this is only certain locations within those districts, the corner lots or the end grains being more appropriate, or is it allow them throughout on even mid-block locations? And then the last question is the overall one of, when this is done, is it being done with an affordability requirement to it? And if so, what is that requirement? Or if the answer is no, it's just the idea that simply diversifying will create different housing options, and that affordability could maybe come in a different format, or at least different price points by having different housing types. So those were the 4 main questions we've heard, and we've tried to filter those and then allow a series of slides for you to progress through that Matt's going to share some of his data for you in a moment. The other thing that was asked was, well, we need to know what this might look like. So we prepared a series of ranges of potential outcomes. The first one in the top left that's reflecting just the building envelope, and it's not that a building would come out that shape, but that's the eligible building area with your bulk plane standards and with your setbacks. What's not reflected in this is your lot coverage or open space requirement. So we do know that a building would come in under that due to other requirements, but that's the eligible buildable area as a starting point. The next one going clockwise then shows your typical building that some similar to some of the building types that you're getting right now. And so that might be a potential outcome. Going clockwise down is a smaller scale building, but it has more of an appearance of an apartment building. It's clearly a multi-unit building type. That might be a potential outcome. And then the last one in the series is, well, it looks more, it's just a larger house. And that building is reflecting things that are very representative of other houses in the area. However, we don't yet have, because of what we have done with the bulk plan and some of those standards that we weighed, we don't yet have assurances that it would come out exactly looking like that, because some of the other things would be allowed as well in those graphics. So on the left is our potential outcomes and things we think we need to be aware of. So I think this change would encourage people to maximize more of the eligible building footprint. I think in a lot of these areas, the buildings that are there haven't done so, and they certainly could do so if it was a redevelopment of a single family house. And I think you've experienced some of that. I think adding more capacity is going to encourage them to do so. So we'd want to make sure we have the appropriate standards in place to get the outcomes you all want. Along with that, I think it would encourage people to maximize the bulk plan as well, which again, I don't think they have yet in most cases. The opportunity for more multi-family building appearances, if the idea of this strategy is if it looks like a house, who cares how many units we have in it, from 2 to 4 units, we understand that direction. We just would need to upgrade some of the standards to ensure that some of the ones that have a more multi-family building appearance don't occur, and the standards for ensuring that it looks just like a larger scaled house would be done. And then I think some of the things Matt is going to walk through is, and then what the council member referred to is, there are some distinct characteristics between some of these districts that we want to be aware of. And so I think his slides will walk us through that. So Matt, I will turn it over to you for the rest of the discussion.
Mr. Ashby, before you get into your presentation, Member Anderson has a question.
I just had a quick question, and I'm going off of memory here, but on your bottom left one, I thought in the setback standards for multi-units on corner lots, if it was facing both directions, the initial draft at least said a 25-foot setback on both sides, which I objected to, but this one looks like, the bottom left one looks like what the situation I was thinking of, where the setback facing the end grain is reduced, which is what I'd like to see.
Yes, I think you're referring to, we had a provision in there that let people treat corner lots differently. And the one I think you're referring to is you could face both, have a frontage on both streets, in which case you wouldn't have a rear yard. So you'd have a side, front. And so you're pushing that building to the back. That's usually effective when lots start to orient towards that side street. So it would be a good strategy if someone took one of those larger lots and instead made three smaller lots facing the side street. That corner lot would probably best be placed if it had a side relationship to the lot to its, well, in your context, let's just say the west, and its lot to the north. So 2 side setbacks, no rear setback, and 2 front setbacks. I think that's the section you're referring to, that we were giving different scenarios for corner lots, not that anyone would have one. I think there was also a provision that was suggesting corner lots should have an additional 5 to 10 feet, that we've flagged that to look at as well.
I may have misunderstood, because I thought if the entrances were facing both directions, it was required to have 25-foot setback from both frontages. But if that's not the case, then all's well.
Member Russell.
Thank you. I just have a question too on the three subsequent properties, the little gray strip in the back. What is that? Yes.
I don't. So that's reflecting what's likely to occur with a parking area, or if it were a building would go there, but that's reflecting the additional parking demands on the site.
Okay, so, and my question is, let's say it's 4 units and there's 2 drivers in each thing, that would be at least 8 cars. That gray area probably would not cover all 8 cars, correct?
I believe it would cover at least 6 in the format that's shown. It may cover, I'll have to look and see whether we did a 80-foot lot or a 60-foot. I believe we did a 60-foot, in which case it would cover 6 of those. And we didn't plan it out to that scale of exactly what the parking configuration was look like. We did it mainly conceptually just to remind ourselves that there is an impact there as well.
Okay, thank you.
I would point out that that lot has tons of frontage though, so that's one of the reasons I'm advocating for corner lots for these, especially is because of how much street facing they have.
No further questions. Mr. Ashby, you go ahead with your presentation.
Very good. So as was mentioned by Chris earlier, we really wanted to make sure to dive into these questions specifically from the last time and specifically to try and help address these in a little bit more context because when we look at sketches and drawings, it's a little bit hard to conceptualize how it might actually impact the community. And so to address that, we looked at mapping out the different types of lots and specifically started with lots larger than 7,200 square feet, corner lots larger than 7,200 feet, and the prevalence of those types of lots in R1A, B, and C. And so within the slides, we started with the overall zoning within the community. So this shows all of the different types of zone districts. And the R1A is the, I guess, brightest of the yellow. The R1B is the mid-tone orange, and the R1C is the darkest of the orange. So that gives you a sense of the concentration of those zone districts and where they're located within Inglewood. So the next stage of analysis that we did, and this is really to help you address that question, should the 2 to 4 unit building options be accommodated in all R1 districts? The green highlights are all lots over 7,200 square feet. So that is across all zone districts. So that shows you that there is quite a large area of lots that would fall into that category of being over 7,200 square feet. Additionally, we wanted to identify the differentiation between R1A, B, and C for those lots over 7,200 square feet. Now, for the R1A areas, those tended to be most of the lots just because those lots are naturally, the minimums are larger, and so the majority of the lots within R1A would exceed 7,200 square feet. So if the question is, should we allow those 2 to 4 unit buildings on lots that are larger than 7,200 square feet within the R1A district, that would be over 1,800 lots that would allow that opportunity to take place. Those are largely consolidated within those circled areas with the blue dashes. So that's a lot of area, that's a lot of lots that would provide that opportunity. Within the R1B, there's 439 lots that opportunity would present itself, and the R1C has 1,100 lots, just over 1,100. The opportunities for accommodating that 2 to 4 unit within R1B and R1C are a little bit more dispersed throughout the community, again, where the R1A are fairly concentrated in those 3 areas. So the next question that we looked into was, should those multi-unit buildings be consolidated or allowed on corner lots? So this would be a further refinement to say that those corner lots really are an appropriate location for those larger 2 to 4 unit buildings as we've discussed. So we do have those identified in all three R1A, B, and C districts for your review. So in this illustration, the base zoning, the shading is highlighted, but really it's those outlined lots that you're looking at as being the opportunity for that multifamily building. The next one, so this is that same outline, the corner lots. So in R1A, that would bring it to an opportunity of 379 lots that exceed that 7,200 square feet. So those larger lots. Within R1B, 91 lots would qualify. And within R1C, just over 260 lots would be eligible for that opportunity. So again, this just gives you the idea that if we're talking about all lots being allowed that benefit of the 2 to 4 unit buildings versus only allowing that on a corner or end grain lot. So gives you a little bit more context as to possibly your discussions related to that opportunity. And then the final item that we illustrated here would be kind of a mix of different scenarios. So for the R1A, looking at only allowing the large corner lots, and for the R1B and C, allowing that opportunity for all lots over 7,200 square feet. So again, the larger lots within B and C could be having that potential to allow for the multiple 2 to 4 unit buildings with the R1A only restricted to large corner lots. So again, this would provide you with that opportunity mix of in R1A, 379 lots qualifying, in R1B, 439, and in R1C, a little bit over 1,100. So the purpose of this illustration is really to help provide you with some opportunities of how you could look at just corner lots in one of the three districts, or any combination thereof. So we do have this information available. We can switch over to the actual map as opposed to the static PowerPoint to be able to kind of dive in and give you a little bit more perspective and view if you want to dive in that way. So.
Thank you, Mr. Ashby. We may need that, but we'll see where this conversation goes. Member Anderson.
I like allowing them to be, if we're going to go this direction, allowing them to be spread out a little bit. So I think I was a little surprised that it, covers pretty much all lots in R1A, which was not really. I think we're aiming to still have single family homes as the primary use in these districts, right? So, but I wondered if there is another option here where we do it in a little more of an analytic fashion and say what's the right lot size for each zone district that picks up an appropriate percentage of the lots. So in R1A, if you said we're going to allow these on every lot over, maybe it's over 10,000 square feet or something like, does that, what gets us to the point on the bell curve to where it's, I don't know, 20-30% or something like that. So they're still dispersed throughout the districts, so you aren't overclogging a neighborhood or having drastic change on one block, but is still allowing them to increase that affordable housing in the city.
If I might
Go ahead, Mr. Ashby,
respond
sorry.
to that question, I don't know that trying to identify a specific lot size would necessarily get you a disbursement of the lots, just from the standpoint that many lots that are on the same block are fairly similar in size. And so you still may end up with some concentration of lots, even if you do go to that type of an approach. But certainly would need to do some digging to see if that's the case.
And additionally, you might run into a developer that combines 2 lots just to meet that minimum square footage, to start doing it on more corners.
Anything to add, Member Anderson? No? Okay. Go to Member Russell and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I just have some questions on, it's the page where the potential outcomes are on those 4 different lots where there's corner lots. And so in these corner lot situations, if council chooses to do this, we are artificially inflating the corner lot properties, correct? Because they're a premium, and that's where the developers want to develop. So we will be artificially inflating those corner lots. Is that correct?
I would say that the corner lots would have greater investment opportunities if this change was made to allow 2 to 4 units on a corner lot. So that would be correct.
Okay, so in artificially inflating the corner lots, we're deflating the property next door. That is a takings. Be interesting to know how many council members own corner lots or live on corner lots in the city. Fortunately, I don't, because I'm going to tell you, if we start doing this, because people have bought into the zoning areas of this city, and if we start taking that away from them, we are opening ourselves up to lawsuits. That's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Councilman Anderson, I have to admit some gratitude because I think I just felt you pumped the brakes on this idea a little bit. Can we go to I think it's the next slide, the one that has the 3 circles? That one. Just want to point out to my fellow council members, 2 of those 3 circles are in the district that I represent, District 4, which I believe would be very averse to this type of change. And I base that belief on the feedback that I got when I knocked on doors in 2021 during the council campaign. This is a massive, massive change to neighborhoods that have traditionally been very stable. And I understand the desire for additional housing. And the corner lot idea has some appeal, but not at this scale. It is too much, way, way, way too much. And change, as we saw when the previous council or a previous council adjusted the bulk plane, and we started to see change occur based on those new regulations. A lot of people were surprised, and a lot of people were upset about the changes that were occurring in their neighborhood. I understand the need, or at least I'd like to think I understand the need for additional housing stock. I think there might be a way to make this work on some small scale as a pilot by, instituting some sort of setback similar to, not to go back to what we have for marijuana. If you put this here, you can't put another one within X number of feet of it or something like that. That would at least slow the progression. But I have a feeling that my constituents, in particular in District 4, which is the majority of this proposed change, would be very, very concerned about change on this scale, as am I.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Nunekamp.
Thank you, Mayor. My thinking was similar to Member Anderson's, looking at these numbers, which is so helpful and something that we asked for in the last conversation on this, so thank you for bringing it back to us, is just thinking about how we can evenly distribute this across the city a little bit better, and how it doesn't get all concentrated in one area. And so I'm not sure what the metrics are, kind of the analytical approach that Member Anderson was referring to, about what are the things we can do to open up more opportunity for affordable housing in different parts of the city so that we don't have those high concentration pieces. For some of this, I understand, obviously we're talking about, a change to R1, but how do I'm looking at the R1C numbers so much higher. I'm looking at the last slide. than the others. And so that's one thing that I would be interested in seeing how we kind of even that out a little bit. One thing, though, that we haven't been talking about so far in tonight's conversation is the affordability piece. And so if we go back to all the questions on that slide, the very last one was, should there be an affordability element if we do this? And I think, the comments from Member Ward and Member Russell are very well taken. And I don't think moving to a full change in our single family zoning and kind of opening it up for everything is where we're at right now as a community. But I do think that including some of these affordability pieces, that if and when a change like this would come to a street or to a block, knowing that one or two of those units are going to be affordable for someone in our community who's maybe a nurse at Swedish, or someone who's working in a restaurant that we love here downtown, has the ability to have access to a home in our community they wouldn't otherwise have the ability to have. That's something that I think our community actually does believe in. I think it's something that Inglewood has long had this belief that you can succeed here, you can afford to live here. Inglewood has long been an affordable community. I'd like to see that continue. And so I think if we pair some of these changes with this affordability piece, that's a conversation that can be really powerful for the community. And so I'd like to still see that as part of how we're discussing this.
Thank you, Member Noonkamp. Member Woodward?
Thank you. I can see on the corners, I know that what we are looking at there is the 8,400 square feet. And again, I go back to an R1C, which is basically 6,200, as I understand it, 50 by 125.
So we did identify the larger lots within the R1C. So that may be a typical lot size that is available typically within the R1C, but we did go in and make sure to only analyze and highlight those ones that were 7,200 square feet or larger.
Okay.
So.
Okay. So I guess then to answer some of the questions here, on the corners, accepting the R1C, well, I don't even know if I'd want to put it that way. I can go along with the corners, except I don't know if it's 2 to 4. I'm struggling with 2 to 3. I'm quite familiar with 2 on my own block on a corner. And there again, I think that's at 6,200 square foot lot. And the only way I see adding more to that is going up and truly turning it into what feels like a multifamily house, multifamily apartment unit or something like that. So with most of all of these questions that I look at, I say I can go along with these, accepting the R1C. And I think I went through all of them. So that would be my thought.
So Member Woodward, for those 4 questions, you're okay with it, but not in R1Cs?
Correct.
So you would be a yes on, okay.
So it'd be, should the R1 districts excluding the R1C accommodate 2 to 4 building types?
Okay.
I can say yes on that.
I got what you're saying there, Member Woodward. Thank you. Member Anderson.
I'm a yes on this in 2 to 4 unit buildings in all 3 of the R1 districts, and with some affordability. Well, let me say it this way: if we're doing all large lots, not just corner lots, then I definitely want to see an affordability component on those non-corner lots. You guys know I'm generally just let the market decide, but I think here's a special case where this is not something we would normally allow unless we're going to get some affordable housing out of it. So this is kind of an exception for me, but if we're going to expand to larger lots throughout these districts, not just corner lots, then I think there should be an affordability requirement. I would say 1 unit at 80% AMI to make it doable for, make sure it's doable for a developer, but that provides one new, each time one of these goes up, there's one unit that's affordable for for somebody in Inglewood. And I would say I am okay on the 7,200 in R1C and B. I'm not okay with the 7,200 in R1A. I don't know what the right answer is for R1A. If it happens that, all of the 10,000 square foot lots are lined up in a row, then I'd have questions about that and maybe be interested in going back to just the corner lots on that one. But I do think the reason I think you have so many of these in R1C is partly because R1C covers a lot more territory. There are a lot more lots overall. Is that correct in comparison to R1B and R1A? I think it covers more area.
I believe that's correct, yes, sir.
Yeah. I mean, I think my entire district is R1C, District 3. So I don't live on a corner lot. I don't live on a large lot. This would not impact the home that I live in. And other than it would allow more housing on my block, but I'm not going to get any advantage or any increased allowance on my property out of this. So there's no personal advantage to me. But I do want to see this happen in some form or fashion, and am willing to be flexible on how it comes out.
Member Anderson, can you clarify the 7,200 square feet? So you're saying for R1As, you're still up in the air?
R1As, I'm not okay with going down to 7 because that's every lot. That was not the purpose of this. I don't think anybody intended to convert R1A to all multiplexes as an opportunity there. But R1B and R1C, I'm okay with. Just looking at the map, that I'm okay with the 7,200 and the corner lots that are 7,200 square feet, the larger lots across the board in R1B and R1C. R1A, my two options right there are either corner lots only or a higher number for that lot size to dial it back to a smaller percentage of that total number of lots.
I got you, Member Anderson. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem and then Member Noonekamp.
I'd like to go back to Councilmember Woodward's comments about protecting R1C from this change. And I'm not sure I understand the logic. I personally live in the R1C zoning district on a 10,000 square foot lot. And judging from the look of this map, my entire block down South Delaware Street, across the street from Clayton Elementary School, is similarly situated. They live in 7,200 square foot or larger lots in the R1C zoning district. So what I'm not following is how my lot or those lots of my neighbors should be treated any differently than someone who bought a larger lot in R1A. By comparison, I don't know what exactly we're trying to protect, given the lot size is the standard here.
Go ahead, Member Woodward.
Can I ask the question, what is the size of an R1C lot?
I tell my staff not to do anything by memory, so give me just a second, okay?
Okay.
I just want to clarify, though, this change is being proposed for only lots exceeding 7,200 square feet.
But yours is, I don't believe, if you have that many square feet, I don't believe you're a typical R1C. You're in the zone district of R1C, but you're 2 or 3 lots or 4 lots if you're up,
Right, that's why they're noted on the map. You can see them colored on the map in page 144 of the packet, and I think we can.
I don't have any pages on my packet.
In R1C, there's a variety of lots. I think that if you were going to find the average, there's many that are right over 6,000 square feet, the 50 by 125. But there are a variety. Even on my block, there are some larger than that.
Mr. Brewster, your hand's up. Is there something you want to add?
No, I'm sorry. I must have inadvertently hit the button. Apologize.
No worries.
Yeah, I don't want to Oh, sorry, go ahead.
So for R1C, the minimum lot size requirement for a single-family dwelling is 6,000 square feet. For R1B, it's 7,200 square feet. And this is for the standard one-unit dwelling. And for R1A, it's 9,000 square feet. But we do have some carve-outs in the districts for one-unit dwellings on small lots and one-unit dwellings on urban lots that allow those to shrink in all those districts.
And our standard lot is 25 feet wide. So if you have two lots, you'd have a 50-foot parcel. 3 lots, 37 and a half feet. And that's how in District 1, in old District 1, Othaniel's area north of 285, and the older homes, the General Iron homes, you see numerous 37 and a half foot lot sizes. So that's what I'm going by.
And I think one of the things that Chris has mentioned is that some of the changes that we're proposing already that are allowing new smaller lots to be created, what we have in our code now is all the small lots have to be existing. But I think what we're trying to do with some of the updates is allow smaller lots to be formed to help add additional units, smaller units that might be more affordable to the community, to these different districts. So we're trying to empower some things that way, along with the proposal that you all are discussing tonight.
Anything else, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I was just gonna point out, so the dark orange, all the little dark orange spots on this map are R1C lots that would qualify as 7,200 square feet or larger. There's a lot. 1,104 of them.
No, they qualify as 6,200 or larger.
Not according to
No.
what I'm reading here. All R1 lots over 7,200 square feet.
Correct, right? 7,200.
That is correct.
Oh,
So any lot that is highlighted on there is over 7,200 square feet, regardless of what district it's in.
Thank you, Mr. Ashby. Member Noonkamp.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll weigh in on the questions that we have, and thank you to Member Anderson for more eloquently articulating what I was trying to state earlier, is what I would like to see, and I don't know what the right analysis or the metric is, but that the proportion of lots that are affected in each of these zone districts is the same across the district based on the total number of lots in the district. So that might be, if it's 10% or 20% of all lots in the district, that would be consistent across 1, 2, or A, B, and C. That's what I would like to see, just so that all the districts are experiencing the same opportunity and also the same potential for change, so that there's an equity across different, not only lot sizes and communities, but also, frankly, income areas. I want to make sure that we have an equitable distribution of the housing stock in the city. Also, if you look at those questions, I am in support. I would also like to see one of the units be at 80% AMI. Towards the last question. And just a note about it, 2, 4, 3, one thing to keep in mind is if we allow up to 4 and we're able to do, 4 and it works on the lot and everything makes sense, that will inherently mean that the units have to be smaller, which means that they will ultimately be more affordable than a large kind of very, huge duplex. And so if our goal here is how do we unlock affordable housing that fits within the character of the community, that's something for us really to think about if we go up to the 4 number. And something else is when we had this discussion on November 28th, I think is when we had it, there was a great kind of illustration on that slide deck that of a quadplex that was very in character with the community. I think it was only a single story and the way it was laid out. And I'd be open to thinking about how do we ensure that these do fit within the nature and character of the community. I don't want that to be prohibitive to the opportunity, but I am really open to making sure that this feels really seamless within the neighborhood.
Thank you, Member Noonkamp. I'll weigh in. So I'm going to be a yes to many of the same questions. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that, or all of it has to do with the fact that we have to increase our affordable housing in the area. We got to increase the supply within the area as well. For those that are saying no to this, I want to hear an answer on how we're going to provide affordable housing to many of our citizens, or not even citizens. They're not citizens. They can't afford to live here. To our teachers, to our, whether it's police, fire, anyone that is trying to buy in this city. I wrote my article for this upcoming citizen on this topic using the information from November 28th and just hearing from other people about how hard it is to buy in the city. So I want to understand that aspect of it because we have a history of cities always pointing to another city to pick up the slack. I'm not going to do this here while I'm still on council. I want to see us actually do something about affordable housing within the city. So I'm going to be a yes to this. One question that I do have is, how do we make this affordability requirement also extend to R2s? We're only talking about R1s tonight, but obviously R2s are multifamily housing right now. Right now, there's no affordable housing component to multifamily in there. How can we extend that affordability to that district as well? Is it a simple change, or do we have to have, well, I would like to see something very similar to R2s happening that we're talking for R1s. And obviously, this is still something that we have to bring up to the public, have discussions about, go through public hearing, all of that. But I want to see us look at that for R2s as well.
I'm going to let Chris weigh in on that. We were focused on the questions with R1. Chris, do you have any thoughts on how the affordability components might reflect in the R2 districts?
Yeah, I think it's a logical step in thinking of the structure of the code. I would like to, get with Root Analytics and see what they think of that. The one thing I would bring up is those districts, this is already allowed. So it's a little bit different from allowing a new opportunity and in exchange for that requiring an affordability component. So that doesn't mean it's not a good valid idea to propose, but what we would know we'd probably be dealing with is there's a number of existing ones already built that don't have that requirement, and I don't think we could do anything about that. So it would really be talking about conversions of single family homes in those districts to these building types, which are technically already allowed, but that's certainly something we can look into.
Yeah, Mr. Brewster, my question was more like in the future. How can we have that? If we were to agree on a change and we pass this, moving forward, how can we add that affordability into the future? So, but Member Anderson, your light is on.
I would just say one thing I kind of want to look at in conjunction with this, especially after seeing those 4 examples of different building types you could see, is revisiting. And I think Mr. Brewster, one of your original suggestions to the steering committee about the square footage allotment for the setback, the side of the wall facing the setback, that was kind of complicated, but I think allows for a lot more different building modalities. That is something I would want to see here. I'm not the picture at the top left with the barn shaped thing. I think that's something I would like to get away from on these corner lots. If we could get to a higher, an increased variety of housing types using some other code tools, I would want to consider that, because I really like bottom left. That's what I'm hoping gets built. But if we want to hope stuff like that gets built, having a code that points people in that direction, I think would be really helpful.
Thank you, Member Anderson. And actually, I'll add to it, the 80% AMI, households that are making 80% AMI are just under 90,000, 89,400. So ask yourself how someone can afford to live in the city today on 89,400 as a household. So any other comments, any other questions for members of council? I think we do have enough for direction tonight, but Member Woodward, go ahead.
On the diagram that's up there, the bottom left, I want to confirm, I thought I heard originally that was a single family, a large single family.
No, we illustrated that to show the distinctions of, to try and get some nuance into what people are trying to enable. What we illustrated there was something that has more of the appearance of a single family house, but could just as easily be 2, 3, or 4 units. So it's a 4-unit building by our conceptual drawing.
Okay, good enough. Thank you.
Member Nunnkamp?
I just have a question, and forgive my ignorance here, but when, someone maybe even right now in an R2, when they're building a multifamily on a single lot, do we subdivide the lot, or is it more like a condo structure?
That's more of kind of the concern I think that Councilman Member Ward had earlier in our how we define or how we talk about a duplex. They have the ability to build 2 units on one lot, but they also have abilities to subdivide and get multiple units. So it depends on the development. But that's something that we can try to make more clear.
That's something that I'm interested in. In my research on affordable housing, oftentimes the financing for the condo model can be challenging for builders. And so if we can make it easier to actually divide the lots, if they're going to be purchasable, right, on the single lot, but for the way that the deed works, it actually can help with the financing of the project, especially for affordable projects. And so I would like to get some information on how we just avoid those things that maybe we've learned along the way.
We also have folks right now trying to condoize existing homes, which requires a lot of upgrades into the actual structure itself, and they're extremely complicated, but they are trying to do so. I don't know, I think we may have had one go through successfully recently, but not very many. So people are trying, but we just don't have the right tools in some instances.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from council? Mr. Isom, do you have direction from council? Do you need any clarification, or Mr. Ashby?
I think we've gotten good direction. Chris, any clarifying questions that you would have?
I don't have any right now, no.
All right. Well, thank you very much for the presentation on this very important topic. Mr. Isom, your hands up.
I
Go
do
ahead.
have one question, and maybe it would be better if we come back one more time with all the housing items together.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of kind of broken up into 2 or 3 different meetings, that we can address everything at one time and have a larger discussion around it to make sure that we're not missing anything or we're not missing the forest for the trees, kind of a thing.
No, I definitely think we need to have that discussion. I know that we've talked about quite a bit, and I guess some ideas may have changed since then as well. So it'd be good to have a good wrap up of everything we've discussed so far. Member Nunnkamp?
Sorry, not to delay us, but when you come back, I think that would be really helpful. What I found helpful in tonight's presentation is the clarity around what's changing and what's staying the same. So if we had even, a very clear something in our council packet about all of the housing pieces, what is a potential change, what's staying the same, I think that would also just help the conversation and provide some clarity. Sometimes with the way that the draft code is laid out, it's a little harder to track.
Yep, that sounds good. All right, well, Mr. Isom, Mr. Ashby, Mr. Brewster, thank you very much. We'll be speaking to you again here in the near future, so thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, do we need a short break? 5 minutes? 5 minutes good enough? All right, let's take a 5-minute break. Let's come back a little bit before 9:35. All right, members of council, if you could be seated. Members of council, if you could be seated. It's not coming through yet. There it is. Member Woodward, if you could be seated, yeah. Look at this influence. All right, everyone, we are back. We're now on to agenda item 9, which is the short-term rental discussion. Let's see here. I think Mr. Sampson and Mr. Isom, we're just here to review the proposed short-term rental ordinance revisions. So, Mr. Sampson, I'll kick it off to you.
All right, thank you. Evening, council. So the purpose of tonight's study session is basically staff is coming back to you from our original study session that we had on December 5th. And from that meeting, we had incorporated council's recommended changes into the draft STR revision ordinance that was included along with this. And those included such things as making the ordinance gender neutral, enabling staff to terminate applications if they're not completed in a certain amount of time, increase the number of documents required to provide adequate proof of primary residency, strengthen staff's ability to revoke STR permits, and then as well as including the big one is fining the booking service provider of $1,000 per incidence per day for illegal transactions. So aside from those items, there were some additional ones that we wanted to reach out to council about to get some direction on before we bring a final draft to you for approval. The first one of that is an amendment to the definition of owner occupied. As currently drafted, the proposed definition contemplates the primary residence as the primary place of return for housing. And so we're requesting guidance on whether this should be a specific time period, which we've seen in other codes, whereas the primary residency is something that is the place of return for, say, 185 days out of the calendar year. So that would be item 1.
Thank you, Mr. Sampson. I think we should probably go down these one by one. So any member of council want to weigh in? Mayor Pro Tem?
I saw that 185-day requirement, and I would say that's a good start. I was wondering how staff arrived on 185 days. Is it to account for snowbirds or, half the year?
Yep.
So I'm sensitive to that. I would actually increase it though. I would, 225 or 250 or, make it like 7 or 8 months as opposed to 6.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone else want to weigh in? Member Noonkemp.
I like this change. I support it. I think, at least half, you could say, half plus a day or something. But I think that 185 does that well. To ensure that this is actually where someone lives. I do want to be cognizant to snowbirds, people who maybe want to retain their home and age in place, but don't want to winter in Colorado, people who have jobs with unique circumstances. I don't want to exclude some of those members who are full-fledged members of our community, but have unique situations. And so I think this halfway mark does that well.
Member Anderson?
I like this change if we're not going to make any more drastic change. My more drastic change, which I think you mentioned in the memo, was to eliminate whole house rentals altogether and allow them only in ADUs, and then eliminate the occupancy requirement. That's my number one. If I have 3 other council members that want to do that, then I'm for that. But I'm not sure we're there. So if we do, then I'd love to hear it. Otherwise, then I'm fine with that change.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Woodward, go ahead.
Yeah, the 185 is fine for me. Going longer than that, going to 225, I don't know who that would be. In my mind, I don't know of anybody that's working out of town and their home is here, and they're working 200 and some odd days out of the city, although they may have a family that's living here and 4 kids in school, so 185 is fine for me.
Thank you, Member Woodward. I'm in favor of the time as well. I'm fine with 185. I think Denver does something similar, but okay, I'm good with that one. Go ahead, Member Mr. Sampson.
Okay, so the second item would be an amendment to the definition of primary residency. Right now, we, as currently drafted, the proposed definitions allows for entity ownership, except for properties held by corporations or real estate investment trusts, which means we do allow them for LLCs if someone from the LLC can proof that that is the primary place of return, or the primary place that they're living. And so this one, we wanted your guidance on whether ownership should be limited to natural persons and exclude LLCs altogether.
Member Woodward and then Member Russell.
I would say no on this. It shouldn't be limited to natural people. It should allow for family trusts, other types of trust. The real estate investment trust is a lot different than what I'm talking about. That's an investment trust and typically has more than a few investors. But LLCs, yes. Small partnerships, yes, if they're a general partner. So that would be my opinion.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Member Russell?
Thank you. I would like to not necessarily limit it to natural persons, other than I do agree with family trusts. I mean, families enter into trusts to protect the property for aging parents perhaps, or whatever. And LLCs, my brother used to do that when his kids were in college. He would buy a house and he would put it under an LLC, but one of his children always lived in the house. And so I think those types of things are okay. Corporations, not necessarily, or real estate trusts, I don't necessarily agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Mayor Pro Tem.
LLCs and partnerships make me nervous. I understand the concept of a family trust, and I'm willing to extend some flexibility there as long as we can verify that the owner is actually living on the property. I think my goal for the STR program is to have owner occupancy and allow owners to benefit from the property they own, but as long as they live there and they're embedded in the community. And the further we get from a natural person, the further we get from that particular definition, in my opinion, or the ability to enforce it. So I get a little heartburn when we start talking about partnerships or LLCs or, investment type organizations, as opposed to just, grandma who lives down the block.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone else want to weigh in? Go ahead, Member Anderson.
I'm okay with various forms of ownership, as long as somebody can provide the documents proving that they're a primary resident. Again, if we're going to keep it this way, that we allow them in whole home situations. I do think if we're going to allow it, we should allow for a variety of situations.
Thank you, Member Anderson. I'll weigh in. I would say yes to a variety of ownership. I think this is just a difficult one. I understand where Mayor Pro Tem is coming from, and I want to lean in that direction, but it just sounds like there's too many ownership structures there that we may be excluding people that are actually primary residents. So I just find it difficult, but nothing to add. Go ahead, Mr. Sampson. It looks like you have consensus on that one.
Okay, thank you. The next one is for accessory dwelling units. One is that, or one option is for parcels containing ADUs, the owner, if such owner is also the primary resident of the main residence, may obtain an STR permit for the main residence or ADU, provided that neither is rented during a simultaneous time period. And then the other option for ADUs is for parcels containing ADUs, the owner, if such owner is also the primary residence of the main residence, may obtain an STR permit for the ADU, provided the owner maintains the main residence as their primary residence and is on site during the rental period.
And then I guess the third option would be to keep as is and restrict them from ADUs.
Perfect. So Member Russell, I'll let you kick us off and see if I can keep this straight. So.
Okay, thank you. I would like to leave it as it is. And originally, when we held all the hearings and everything, ADUs were meant to increase density and provide affordable housing. Short-term rentals do not provide affordable housing. And it is a way, I believe that if we allowed ADUs to be used as short-term rentals, that we would not be increasing any affordable housing in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. I'm just going to go down the line. So Mayor Pro Tem and then Member Noonekamp.
Yeah, I understand Council Member Russell's comment perfectly, although I think that for a lot of potential owners of ADUs, the ADU presents the possibility for an income stream which can support more affordable housing in Inglewood for them because it helps them pay their mortgage. I think I could actually support this particular change. We have homeowners who live in an ADU and they STR the house, and I'm having trouble seeing a substantive difference between that and living in the house and STRing the ADU. You know, either way, you have strangers regularly coming to the property and going from the property. So I think this change in particular is one that I could support.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Noonekamp.
I also support this change, the first version of it, so that you could do the main residence or the ADU. I think that's what it is, but that they can't be rented at the same time. But obviously want to make sure that our enforcement is on top of that to make sure that folks are living up to that regulation. But I think, you know, to Member Russell's point, 100% ADUs have so much potential for providing affordable housing in our community. But sometimes I think offering it as a short-term rental initially for homeowners is a sweetener. It kind of maybe thinks like, okay, maybe I could try and see, do I want someone living in my backyard? I could try it for a few months as an STR and then transition to a long-term rental unit when they get tired of, you know, flipping the STR. And so I think I've had personally citizens come to me asking for this change, and so I'm responding to that and I support it.
Point of information, there is a difference in the type of rentals that an ADU is. It would be a long-term rental, whereas short-term rentals is less than 30 days. So long-term rentals would be, ADUs right now are meant to be long-term rentals.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Anderson.
I'm supportive of allowing them in ADUs, and I would actually go one step further and allow them to use the ADRs for a short-term rental without having to prove primary residency on the property, because this again opens up an opportunity for homeowners to rent out their ADUs, for them to have the advantages if they sell that property to an investor. And also, I don't think ADUs are where our problem, you know, when we have short-term rentals, I don't think those are our problem areas. It's the whole house rentals, which is, you know, I'd even take it a step further and eliminate the whole house rentals altogether. But regardless, I would like to see the ADUs be allowed without primary residency on the property.
Thank you, Member Anderson. You're throwing a wrinkle into it, but I understand what you're stating there. I'll jump in. So I do want to allow ADU to become a short-term rental. I have to kind of just mull over what Member Anderson is stating. But I would be fine with that. It sounds like Member Anderson, you would be okay with what Mayor Pro Tem Member Noonekamp stated, but you want to take it a step further.
Yeah, if there was, I'm supportive of that version if that's all we can get to 4 on.
I'll hold off on further comment on your primary residence comment until we get further down into the conversation and where that goes. But
just to make sure I'm clear, so the primary residency for properties with ADUs would be treated than how we treat the ADUs in medical zone districts in our MUB1 and MUB2 districts?
Yeah, that's my suggestion. As long as they're in an ADU, they're not in the primary, the main home on a property, the main dwelling unit.
Okay.
Oh, that's interesting. I just didn't think about the medical district ADUs that don't require primary residence. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Under no circumstances would I be supportive of waiving the primary residence requirement beyond areas where it's already waived.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. All right. Any other comments? All right, Mr. Sampson.
Okay, and then the next one is enforcement penalties. And I know right now in the draft code, we do have those penalties in place for booking service providers who process the illegal transactions. The other question is if the homeowner or operator of the STR is to be fined as well, and if so, what would that look like in terms of fines, if there's any sort of grace period with, let's say, a notice of violation, and if you don't stop your rental, then you get subject to this fine as well. So, and we would like some direction on that.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm a strong advocate of fines for the property owner. If you list your property, someone else didn't list it, it's there, you knew what you were doing when you did it, we should penalize that. Going after the short-term rental site is great because they have deep pockets and they'll probably cut the check, but that doesn't potentially stop people from committing this offense. It doesn't make it hurt when they do. I'm strongly in favor of penalizing both the listing company and the property owner. I did find the penalties provisions as they're written in code a little confusing because in one area we invoked the general penalty clause of the municipal code, and in another area we spell out penalties for first, second, and third violations, and then in yet another area we invoke the general penalties clause. I think there's some redundancy or some room for refinement there based on the way I'm reading it. I do like first, second, and third penalties. It is possible that someone could accidentally list one of these without fully understanding or knowing our requirements. I'm a 2 strikes and you're out guy on this. You get caught once, okay, here's your warning. You get caught the second time, now we're going to town.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. City Attorney?
Yes, I'd be happy to weigh in on the penalty provisions. The general penalty provision of municipal code provides a maximum amount of the fine. And so the court has discretion to impose from $0 to $2,650. So by providing specific penalty provisions, for example, the proposed language provides a set number. This shall be the fine on a first offense. It eliminates that discretion and instead ensures that the violator is imposed the X number of fine provided.
Is the court then entitled to impose additional fines based on the penalty clause or the general penalty clause? Like if we decided that somebody committed an offense that warranted jail time, would the judge be able to assess that?
I believe it's written, it just provides the actual dollar amount. But let me see, we could revise it to say a minimum of $500 per offense or something like that. So it's not, this shall be the penalty imposed, but this shall be the minimum penalty imposed.
I'd be supportive of that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I guess I'm in favor of a penalty provision as well for the property owner, but I'm also wondering, like, since we're going after the company, I guess it's just a hypothetical, I don't know, with the property or would the listing site bar that property owner from listing their site on after a certain amount of times that they got fined? But I don't have the answer, so I'm fine with the penalty provision for the property owner. Any disagreements? It looks like we're good there as well. Mr. Sampson?
All right, and then if you go to the supplemental sheet that I provided to you, sure.
So the first item is a question that we get often from applicants. They filed their taxes last year, they bought their house in January. Can they apply for an STR permit if their tax documentation does not reflect the address of the STR permit? We just want some clarification if that's something that, if that doesn't happen, are they able to provide some kind of supplemental documentation that shows additional proof of residency? Or would we rather ensure that there's been some kind of long-term ownership, that they've owned their property and they file their taxes in that home before they apply for a permit?
Sir, Mr. Isom, if I understand this correctly, the delay would be a year until they file their taxes the next year, right? Because then they'll
Yes.
have their,
The very next tax filing season, they would be able to apply or file their taxes at that address, and then we could review their STR permit then.
so the question then is, do we want to provide some other type of documentation for their first year, potentially that doesn't have an Inglewood address?
That's correct.
Member Noonan-Kemp.
Some of the concerns we've heard from residents about proof of residency is that some of it is easy to make it look like you live there, but maybe you don't really, you know. And so if we were to remove this, can you give examples of other proof of residency that you feel confident could show what the same thing that a tax form does?
What we have used in the past, but we've gotten away from, is they've used utility bills to show that that's somewhere that they live. But again, that's a question that we're asking you all, because I think one of the other updates to the ordinance was to require an additional document to do tax return +2. So this would be, you know, if the tax return doesn't reflect that address, or is there a third document, even if they've already provided a utility bill, but we allow the utility bill, will we require a third or fourth or fifth? Or
Yeah, I'm open to this as long as I feel like we can have something that's sufficient in its place. I don't know if it's something from, you know, the county clerk or proof of residency or proof of address. I don't know, but that would be contingent for me on what it would be.
Member Russell?
Thank you. Actually, I think that they should wait for a year to do their STR, because if they've just bought the house and it's only for the STR, maybe they don't really live there. And so I'm thinking that, no, we shouldn't give them. We need to have that tax document, the cover page, because that is pretty much proof.
Thank you, Member Russell. Does it matter if it's a federal tax return or state tax return to you, Member Russell?
It does, because I don't think state necessarily requires your address. The federal tax form does.
Got it. Thank you. Member Anderson and then Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm in agreement with Member Russell.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Member Woodward is next.
Member Woodward.
Yeah, I think they could produce another piece of paper, which, if it was a property that they were financing, their financing would say that they were going to live there, because they would get a different type of financing. So if you had got the closing papers from them, copy of the closing papers showing that, that would show that they live there or will be living there.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Mayor Pro Tem.
I like Member Woodward's idea a lot. I think he's hit on something here. You know, when I got my mortgage, I had to stipulate that it was going to be owner-occ. That was one of the conditions. So if we did have an owner-occ mortgage, we would also have someone else to report offenders to. You know, hey, STR company, this person doesn't live here. And by the way, mortgage company, this person doesn't live here. Thought you might like to know. The important thing about this process for me has been more keyed on renewals than on first years. I understand the first year jitters. Maybe we don't have a federal tax form right away. Tax season falls at the same time every year. So I would want to see a federal tax form at the earliest possible time. So if, you know, even if you get permitted in September with an exception document, in April, no later than April 15th, you're filing an extension form or a page 1 of your federal tax form showing that address. And when you do complete the tax filing, we're getting a copy of the federal form showing that as your primary residence address. I have to say there are 2 pieces of language in this section that make me a little nervous. The first is any other legal documentation at director's discretion. I just, it's not that I don't trust our directors, but I think we need to be able to tell our residents exactly what is required in every case. In the event that something does get approved, I want to be able to look at my resident and say, yeah, that got approved because they submitted what was required in the code. The other thing is the list of documents. It wasn't clear to me based on the language if someone could provide more than one utility bill. I think about an investor who runs an STR and they don't actually live there. They never intended to live there. They advertise it with cable and they pay the water bill because they own the property. That's 2 utility bills with their name and address on them. So that concerns me. I just want to make sure this section in particular is as ironclad as we can possibly make it. If you want to have a short-term rental in the city of Inglewood, this is what's required. If you feel like we're jumping through those bureaucratic hoops and being an honest operator, welcome to the city. And if you don't, sorry, go away.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Anderson.
I'd like to change my opinion to agree with Member Woodward. I think the financing documentation that would provide proof of owner occupancy would be sufficient for the first year, but then a tax form annually for renewals, as Mayor Pro Tem, that guy said. Federal, yes.
Thank you, Member Anderson. I could go along with that as well. See head nods, so we're in agreement there. Mayor Pro Tem, you brought up a couple of items regarding the director's discretion. What was the second one? I didn't write it down, but
Number of documents that can be
Number of
duplicative,
documents, yeah.
utility bills.
any changes there from members of council? Member Anderson, your light's still on, so I'm not sure if you're ready to speak.
I agree with Mayor Pro Tem on those things as well.
Anyone in disagreement? I think we're pretty much there as well, so from what I've heard tonight. Perfect. Mr. Sampson, anything else?
We have 2 more. The next one is around our inspection process. Our assistant building official, Carrie Babin, explained to us that for him, it's very redundant to go out and inspect the property, then have to fill out a form, then come back to the office, fill out the form by hand, upload that form, and then everything that he uploads gets put into IMS anyways, and then it reproduces the exact same form. Originally, when we drafted this language, we didn't have the electronic inspection process, so all this would do is allow us to take advantage of that inspection process and let our building staff or our premises inspectors do their job electronically instead of having to come back to the building, do things by hand, upload those forms, and then create the exact same form using our permitting software.
So the question is to let them do it electronically? Any thoughts there, Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm supportive of this change as long as we can have assurance that we have an actual real live human being walking this property on an annual basis. First when they pull the permit and then anytime they renew.
Yes, and he has no intention of waiving any of those requirements. It's just about the forms that have to be produced. And the fact that it references his signature or these things, that means he has to do things by hand instead of using our electronic.
Yeah, that's fine. And then if I recall correctly, this may be related to the current subject. If it's not, we can just move on. But there is a provision in this for sort of an on-demand inspection or, an inspection when needed outside of the normal renewal period. Correct?
Yeah, if we receive a complaint on the property, depending on the nature of the complaint, we do have the right to do an inspection.
Great, thank
within
you.
like 7 days notice.
Anyone else? Member Woodward, is your light on? Your coffee cup is blocking it, so can't see the light. Go ahead, Member Woodward.
The inspector, is the inspector, we're talking about the building inspector?
Yes.
Okay, I absolutely support this then. Anything to make their job a little more efficient is good, I think.
Thank you. Mr. Sampson, Mr. Isom, one more?
Yes, sir. The last one is kind of based on one of the items that we've included in the update, allowing staff to place a lien on property if they have not remitted their sales and lodging taxes. And talking to our code enforcement manager, Dave Lewis, he brought up the fact that in some of their language in the nuisance chapters, they have a cost plus 25% to add to any one of those liens to incur or for cost recovery services on the city side. And we just want to know if that's something that y'all want to be built into this ordinance, since we have that provision drafted in there.
Let me guess how this is going to go. Mayor Pro Tem?
Pile it on. This is something that people who follow the law will not encounter. So let's stack it as high as we can get it for non-compliant operators.
I'm just a simple yes. Member Woodward?
I'll be a simple yes, although I do agree with Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
I think we're good there as well. Mr. Isom, anything else to add?
I have nothing further.
Okay. Member Noonkemp?
I just have a couple last points here. And if this was already covered, forgive me, but I just want to make sure we're really clear on the renewal process. Some of the concern that I've heard from residents is that we have a robust initial permitting process, and then maybe someone, they no longer live there, maybe they've moved away, but they're still doing the renewal process. Maybe they come back for the inspection. Are we requiring the same rigor in the documentation in a renewal that we are in the initial license or permit?
Yeah, yes. They pretty much have to submit all the critical items that show that proof of primary residency and that they're maintaining that proof of that primary residency status.
Okay. And then when we have someone who applies for an STR and maybe their application times out, right, we close it, or maybe they're denied for some reason or another, do we keep track of those addresses and ensure that they are not operating, without a permit? We're kind of have them on a list to watch and ensure that they're actually not moving forward?
Yeah, we do have a list of the properties that have been denied because they've either failed to provide us with adequate documentation, or if they've taken too long and their license or their application has expired. And any of those, we do keep a record of those addresses so we can kind of monitor to make sure that they're not showing back up on our STR advertisement list.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I have a couple of closeout items as well that were on my list. The first is on page 157 of your packets. It talks about what happens when someone is caught operating without a license. It says a property operating as an STR without an STR business license, rental registration, and operating permit shall not be eligible to receive any such license or permit until 30 days following compliance with these regulations and all applicable zoning regulations. I think that I would handle this similar to the way we handle people who build without a permit. We charge them double when they pull the permit. And in the case of a short-term rental, I would extend that penalty period from 30 days to vastly longer. The number I would throw out would be a year, but 6 months would probably prove the point just the same. I think that when you get caught doing something that you're not supposed to do, particularly in this particularly sensitive area in our community, the penalties need to have some pretty sharp teeth. So that's what I would aim for.
Member Woodward?
I don't know if I'd go that far. I think things happen in people's lives. I think I would say that they can't do any rentals if they didn't pay that. And if they did do rentals, that they will pay the city with those rental monies and renew their license. But I think there's just too many things that happen in people's lives where, boy, they miss a date in paying something, or the mail didn't come or whatever. But I don't think I'd want to be real punitive on that one, unless it was just outrageous. We sent them 10 notices and nothing happened. Or 5 notices.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Just a quick question. Lodging revs or whoever we're using for the service, aren't they capturing or aren't they providing that information in terms of the dates that they're valid to the Airbnbs, STR? Do they provide the license date to those sites?
That I don't know. I don't know what their relationship is to Airbnb and other booking service providers. Basically, I just know what staff's user interface is with that program.
Well, I guess the question is, are we providing that to those sites or no?
So if a property reaches the point where we're issuing a summons to the property owner, at that point code enforcement reaches out to Airbnb through a specific portal. To contact Airbnb in that manner, you need to have a law enforcement individual be that person.
Okay. I wasn't sure if we were providing the dates or not, but Mayor Pro Tem.
The second issue I have is in regards to STR operators who receive a waiver from the Board of Adjustment and Appeals. And I've seen a couple of these recently where the Board of Adjustment and Appeals offered a waiver for a fixed period of time. And the license expiration date didn't match the expiration date of the adjustment. And I would suggest that in any case where an operator has to go to the Board of Adjustment and Appeals to get a waiver either for a short period of time or a longer period of time, that it be very clear that the license expiration date is whenever that adjustment expires. And if they don't have a new adjustment in place from the Board of Adjustment and Appeals as of the date that license expires, given that the adjustment has expired, they're operating illegally and they should not be licensed to do so.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Woodward?
I think a copy of the effective license, some sort of license, ought to be posted right in the STR. I mean, it puts the owner and whoever's occupying it on notice. And if somebody's on notice, they're going to mention it to the owner or to whoever's renting it. But I think that ought to be automatic. I've seen that in motels or hotels, that type of, a type of license that's posted right there, usually in the restroom, I think, or by the restroom.
Member Anderson?
I like Mayor Pro Tem's idea here. I'm a bit hesitant because if, for example, they did apply in the right time frame and had were scheduled to be seen by the Board of Adjustment and Appeals, and then if that meeting got canceled because they didn't have quorum or something like that, that's a scenario I see where I could see staff saying we're going to extend this until the next Board of Adjustment and Appeals meeting. If they don't apply for the adjustment again in time, then I do think that something like what Mayor Pro Tem is suggesting, that it should be just ended at the time the adjustment ends, is the normal practice.
Thanks, Member Anderson. Anyone else want to chime in? Member Noonenkamp?
I agree with Member Woodward's initial statement that I wouldn't take it this far. I think we've increased penalties, we've increased fines, we've done a lot of other things. People's lives, things happen, and I think that the 30-day window makes sense, and we always can revisit it if we feel like that's insufficient. But I'd like to start with the increased penalties that we have currently.
Thank you, Member Noonenkamp. I'm fine with that as well. Mayor Pro Tem?
One final note, which is the provision 53110, which requires record keeping of both the operator and the listing company. My suggestion here is that we insert a provision that allows for inspection of those records. I see the requirement for them to keep the records, but I don't see an inspection requirement, and maybe I missed it. But I think that's an important part of the process as well.
Does staff want to chime in on that, or any concerns there, or
No, I think that's
clarification?
something that we could
Okay.
easily plug in some language on.
Okay, probably be good to add that verbiage then to that section, the inspection of it. So do I see any disagreement or any disagreement from council? I think we're good with that. Anything else for members of council? That was a lot more efficient than I thought it was going to be. Mr. Sampson, Mr. Isom, thank you very much for that portion of the evening. Thank you for all your time tonight.
All right, no problem. Have a good night.
All right, everyone, we're moving on to the resolution appointing members to various boards, commissions, and committees. There's a resolution in front of you. I guess one thing that we do need to do is that there were two. Well, actually, let me see if I could get this right. And Jackie, correct me if I'm wrong, but let's see here. So we had, originally we had Mr. Vincent, I believe, as part of the BOA. As an alternate, he requested to actually be a primary or at least a city member of the CEAC. I believe we originally had Andy Savadra as part of CEAC, but would prefer to be on P and Z. So I think we do have an alternate opening within planning and zoning if we wanted to make those changes. So any comments in terms of adding Mr. Vincent to CEAC or Andy to planning and zoning? And actually, I guess I'll just chime in. My preference would be to put Mr. Vincent as a sitting member of the CEAC. I would be open to just leaving an opening within planning and zoning at this point. Member Anderson?
I'm in agreement with that. I'm trying to think back to those interviews, but I'm you know, without reviewing that, I'm not prepared to appoint him without, you know, knowing that that's not what, you know, not what we initially intended to do. I don't remember how his interview went, but I'd like to leave it open.
Thank you, Member Anderson. I could give more, but I think that should be sufficient at this point. Any other comments? If not, can I get a motion to, actually, how would I do this? Would I make a motion to amend the resolution to include Mr. Vincent as part of CEAC, to add Mr. Vincent as part of CEAC? Is that all I need to do? All right, I make a motion to add Mr. Vincent to this Code Enforcement Advisory Committee. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Any comments?
Is that motion includes approving the rest of it as
and correct, and
okay.
Yeah, I guess I was just amending it, so just amending to add Mr. Vincent to the resolution for boards and committee.
Okay, so we'll do a separate vote to approve it. Okay.
Correct. Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Newnenkamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
The record shows 7 ayes.
Perfect. And now can I get a motion to approve the resolution for boards and commissions?
I move to approve the resolution as amended.
Thank you. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Newnenkamp. Any comments? Can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Newnenkamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
The record shows 7 ayes.
Thank you. Moving on to approval of ordinance on first reading, the Council Bill 05, bill of authorizing an intergovernmental agreement for the City of Inglewood to provide sustainability service to the City of Sheridan. We have Assistant City Manager Tim Dodd, actually Deputy City Attorney, or sorry, whatever.
Whatever works. At
Yeah,
this
there we
hour,
go.
Right? Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this is not there. Well, there's a presentation in your packet, so I think I know well enough I can go over it. This is something that we actually mentioned during the budget process that we wished and we included in the budget to establish the Inglewood Sustainability Coordinator at a full-time position. They were hired at a part-time position 4 days a week. And so what this would do is Sheridan would pay for the 4th day. About almost a year ago, I did a presentation at the Colorado City and County Management Association on our work on sustainability, and it was attended by the city manager in Sheridan. He came up to me after and said he was interested in partnering. We do believe that we'll be able to achieve economies of scale by doing this. A lot of the work that our coordinator is doing could be replicated in Sheridan. We've already had some really positive meetings with them. And essentially, Sheridan's duties would be to pay us $15,000 a year for them to provide our coordinator with space and with assistance that she needs to do her job. And then to let she or I know if there's any concerns or questions. And then our responsibility would be to provide the services of her for 8 hours a week. And then also to troubleshoot any problems. And so it is written as a 3-year agreement. Obviously, that's subject to appropriation. But yeah, I can take any questions. And sorry, again, I don't have the presentation, but it is in your packet.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager. Mayor Pro Tem.
We're taking a part-time position in the city and we're moving it to full-time. So my question is, are we affecting the required benefits of this employee in doing that change?
Yes, she would become a full-time employee. So my understanding is she actually is an over 30-hour-a-week employee already. So she's already entitled. She's been entitled to health insurance since she started here. So the only difference is that we'd be paying into her retirement, but it wouldn't impact her health insurance at all.
Okay, that was what I was concerned about because, a benefits package is pretty expensive. It could cost us more than $15,000 a year just in benefits. But if it's only retirement, then we're okay.
It's just retirement. Yeah, we're already paying her insurance and dental and vision and things like that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any further questions? Member Russell.
I have a few questions. So is the $15,000 actually 1/5 of this position's total cost?
It is right now. If we are, as you know, under a classification and compensation study right now, and so things could be adjusted, and if that happens, we would have to talk to Sheridan about it. But yes, right now it is.
Okay, and then you had said, and I mean, you just shared now that after the city manager of Sheridan heard your presentation, he was interested in this. Could the city council get a copy of that presentation that you gave at CCCMA?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, and then I have questions on under Article 2 of the duties that the city of Inglewood is responsible for. Is like on 2, 2 of Article 2, Sustainability Support Services. The City of Inglewood Sustainability Coordinator will at all times remain an employee of the City of Inglewood and receive support from the City of Inglewood in performing duties for the City of Sheridan, which may include, but not limited to, city manager office, interim support, graduate student support, administrative support from the City of Inglewood Finance and Information Technology Departments, guidance from the City of Inglewood and the Assistant City Manager, and then also 3, communication. The City of Inglewood, represented by the Assistant City Manager, will meet with the City of Sheridan, represented by the City Manager, to discuss any questions or challenges about the services being provided under this agreement, as well as being available on an as-needed basis for any issues as they may arise. Is staff time from the IT department and all of those, everything is going to be covered by that $15,000?
No, so what that section really means is that just the support that we're already providing her. So for example, the IT example would be she has a City of Inglewood laptop and a City of Inglewood cell phone. So it would just basically be that she would be allowed, if she took a call related to the City of Sheridan on her cell phone, that would be permissible. If she was, we already do, for example, a joint hazardous waste day that I believe Sheridan's involved in. There's light processing that's already being done by the finance department related to that. So it's really just the support that she's already getting. If she's working on projects like that she's doing for Inglewood and Sheridan, she would have the same level of support.
Okay, so then, thank you. Item number 4, sustainability program management. All services provided by the City of Inglewood will provide the City of Sheridan with support for the development of a sustainability program for the City of Sheridan and as requested by the City of Sheridan, which includes, but is not limited to, engagement of the City of Sheridan staff members related to sustainability group, engagement of the City of Sheridan community related to sustainability programs, development of a City of Sheridan sustainability plan, establishment of a City of Sheridan Sustainability Committee, Board, or Commission, and measuring and monitoring of sustainability projects and measures. And I guess what I'm concerned about is I see all of the things that are required by the City of Inglewood, but there's really nothing required by the City of Sheridan. Are they just going to sit there and listen to us and we're going to just do all of this for them?
No, so what we will be required to do as part of this is help them develop a plan. They're at a very nascent stage in terms of developing the scope of that plan. So what we did in the article you just read was basically provide a list of options that they could choose to act on in terms of developing a program. We've already been told by the city manager they're unlikely to create a sustainability commission there. However, the other things that are mentioned are things that they could build. But they're really just getting started with this work, and so we wanted to keep that section flexible so to see how the program develops in Sheridan.
Okay, I think getting a copy of your speech will probably help us with that. Then the last thing that I have, which is very troublesome to me, is the third under Article 3, termination. Either party may terminate or may at any time terminate this agreement by giving the other party 30 days of written notice. Should the City of Sheridan, upon notice, terminate the agreement, it shall compensate the City of Inglewood for all work sustainably completed on the day of termination. However, the city councils of the cities of Inglewood and Sheridan shall have the authority to sooner or immediately terminate this agreement upon finding that the public interest requires such a termination. Have we established already the fact that there is a public interest that currently exists?
Yes, I think I would defer to the city attorney just for the specifics of the way it's written legally, but I think I would say within the city of Inglewood, by establishing a sustainability program, which was funded by this council, I think there's an inherent identification that there's interest in doing this work. So I think that's really where that came from. But
So I guess part of that really concerns me is I saw posted on the city Facebook account a survey monkey going out to all apartment owners, and I know that this is, or apartment renters, it is about coming to get a $10 gift certificate to Nixon's for filling out a survey monkey, the first 30 people or whoever, about how they would like the city to deal with electric vehicles. So why is the city promoting this for Xcel Energy? I mean, if there is so much public interest already, I have a concern about how this is being generated. So I don't know that you can answer that question, but it is a little bit troublesome to me.
I think the only, and I'm not very involved in that, but what I guess I could say is that the development of ideas related to electric vehicles is something that's been presented to council and was something that was part of the strategic plan. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Nunekamp.
I just had a question around the 3-year time horizon. Obviously, we have someone who is great in that role currently. If that individual, I guess the question is the IGA about the role or the individual? If that individual were to transition out of that role, what would happen to this?
Yeah, fantastic question. So originally when we were talking to Sheridan, we had that discussion and we decided that it was better to be about the position, and that's why it's the proposal is an agreement between the two cities. And so if this incumbent were to leave and we still had funding for this position in Inglewood, we would still, I guess we'd probably advertise it as a joint position.
Okay, that's helpful. These are regional issues. I appreciate the regional approach.
Yeah.
Any
Right.
further questions? Seeing
So,
no-
okay, Mary, just would
Yeah,
add
go
one
ahead.
thing to Member Ninnenkamp's comment is, we have also had very preliminary talks with Littleton, just because they've expressed an interest as well. But they're at the very beginning of this discussion. But I do think it did come up. I could be wrong on this, but I do believe that Littleton did bring it up at one of your last Tri-Cities Council meetings about the concept of the shared sustainability program. So we're hoping that if this works between the two cities and you're amenable and the other two city councils will be amenable, that could be a direction that this goes in the future.
Any further questions? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve Council Bill 5?
I move to
approve Council Bill 5.
Member Anderson, thank you. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Any further comments? Member Russell.
Thank you. I will not be supporting this because I have some pretty grave concerns. I mean, one of the things in the council communication said that additionally, this agreement will continue to foster collaboration between the two cities, which have successfully partnered along with the city of Littleton on homelessness and other topics. Inglewood gets all the homeless and they aren't doing anything. How many places is Sheridan supplying for the homeless? They're all meeting with us. We're doing it all. So I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
The record shows 6 ayes, 1 nay, the 1 nay being Member Russell.
Thank you, Ms. McKinnon. Moving on to council members' choice. I'll be brief. After meeting late tonight as well as on Saturday, we do have a 5th Monday coming up next week. So I'll be seeing you guys all the week after. So nothing else for me. Anything else from members of council? Mayor Pro Tem?
Just a couple of things briefly. The first is that I have been selected as a work group lead for the Region Opioid Task Force. I'll be leading the co-responder work group. So I think that'll be some interesting work coming out of that. I'm excited about it. I missed the most recent meeting, so I sort of got voluntold that I'd be working as a work group lead, but I was willing. She did ask. So I'm looking forward to that. The second thing is in regards to council discretionary funds. Obviously, January 1st, council discretionary fund has reset. I had a meeting this morning with the interim executive director for the chamber. I would like to purchase an individual chamber membership using my council discretionary fund. This comports with council policy, provided I can assert a public benefit, which I think is quite obvious. The chamber offers numerous opportunities to network and meet with other area business leaders, which I think is beneficial for any council member. So I think that it fits with our council policies, but if anyone has an objection to that use of my discretionary fund, I would urge them to speak now.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Woodward?
I don't have an objection, but I do have a question. The city is member of the chamber, right? Do we have members from council that are on the board?
I can speak to that. I kind of liaise for that board. It's not an official liaison position, but I only come for the first few minutes of the board and give a report because they just want an update from council.
Bagels and coffee.
No, it's all virtual, and their board meetings are all virtual, so I don't get any bagels or coffee at their board meetings. So,
okay. All right. I'm just curious because it's something that just came up in my mind that we used to do.
We do have a staff representative in Darren Hollingsworth, and I have to double check. He could be ex officio, but I think he's a member of the board.
Okay.
I'll check that for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Anyone else?
And I'll just note that the city's relationship with the chamber is not exactly a membership. We provide some support, we have an agreement, but the organizational membership is a different sort of arrangement.
Yep, see no objection. Anything else, Mayor Pro Tem?
So I have, thank you.
Anything else for members of council? All right, city managers report.
Just one item, the City Center redevelopment joint planning session will be February 11th, 9 to 4 in the community room. And tomorrow, staff will be reaching out to 3 council members who have not yet RSVP, just to make sure that we have everybody signed up for that who is available. So be thinking about that, looking at your calendars, February 11th, 9 through 4. And that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
If one of them is Mayor Pro Tem, he will be there, so I'm joking. And with that, everyone, we are now adjourned. Everyone have a good evening. See you in 2 weeks.